Abandon, abandon.
He abandoned his child and wife.
Forsake, forsake.
Forsake bad habits.
Surrender, surrender.
We shall never surrender to a conqueror.
Dump, dump.
Dump truck. Resign, resign.
He resigned himself to leave.
Relinquish, relinquish.
He relinquished his right of succession.
Discard, discard.
Discard an old coat.
Dismiss, dismiss.
Dismissal.
Desert, desert.
The pickpocket got his just deserts.
Yield, yield.
The tree yields good fruit.
Seize, seize.
I cannot quite seize the meaning. Grasp, grasp.
I grasped her by the arm.
Embrace, embrace.
She embraced her son tenderly.
Capture, capture.
Capture a prize.
Grip, grip.
The lecturer gripped the audience.
Snatch, snatch.
The snatcher snatched her bag and ran away.
Hostage, hostage.
Hold a person hostage.
Kidnap, kidnap.
Kidnapper. Abduct, abduct.
The boss was abducted from his car by terrorists.
Quit, quit.
I will quit smoking.
Retire, retire.
My father retired at the age of 60.
Seclude, seclude.
A policy of seclusion, a secluded life.
Withdraw, withdraw.
He withdrew himself from the world.
Ability, ability.
He is a man of ability.
Skill, skill.
Skillful. Talent, talent.
A talent for drawing.
Genius, genius.
Einstein was a mathematical genius.
Gift, gift.
As a gift.
Competent, competent.
Be competent for the task.
Feeble, feeble.
A feeble government.
Wither, wither.
The cold withered the leaves.
Languish, languish.
Languish in poverty.
Invalid, invalid.
My invalid mother. An invalid claim ticket. Enable, enable.
Money enables one to do a lot of things.
Capacity, capacity.
Be filled to capacity.
Efficient, efficient.
An efficient workman, efficiency wages.
Aptitude, aptitude.
Aptitude test.
Faculty, faculty.
The mental faculties.
Abolish, abolish.
Slavery was abolished in the U.S. in the 19th century.
Cancel, cancel.
She canceled her trip to New York because she felt ill.
Repeal, repeal.
Repeal a grant. The repeal of laws.
Removal, removal.
Snow removal. The surgical removal of a tumor.
Some, some.
Summary justice.
Digest, digest.
She couldn't digest food properly.
Absolve, absolve.
He was absolved of his sin.
Acquit, acquit.
He was acquitted after a long trial.
Forgive, forgive.
Forgive and forget.
Pardon, pardon.
He asked for my pardon.
Apologize, apologize.
A written apology. Excuse, excuse.
Your failure admits of no excuse.
Discharge, discharge.
The doctor discharged the patient from hospital.
Exempt, exempt.
Poor eyesight will exempt you from military service.
Liberty, liberty.
liberty of the press, be guilty of a liberty.
Emancipate, emancipate.
The emancipation of women.
Release, release.
They released the prisoners.
Untie, untie.
Untie a package. Absurd, absurd.
It is absurd of you to suggest such a thing.
Stupid, stupid.
A stupid party.
Dull, dull.
All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy.
Silly, silly.
You must be a fool to ask such silly questions.
Idiot, idiot.
Idiot box.
Folly, folly.
He sometimes commits a folly.
Rational, rational.
Man is a rational being. Accident, accident.
Accidental.
Disaster, disaster.
The election results will bring political disaster.
Catastrophe, catastrophe.
The flood was a terrible catastrophe in which many people died.
Adversity, adversity.
A good friend will not desert you in time of adversity.
Calamity, calamity.
A great calamity happened to me.
Misfortune, misfortune.
Misfortunes never come singly.
Accuse, accuse.
She accused me of lying. Prosecute, prosecute.
He prosecuted his studies from birth to death.
Acknowledge, acknowledge.
He did not acknowledge himself defeated.
Gratitude, gratitude.
I'd like to express my gratitude to you for your kindliness.
Admit, admit.
He never admitted his mistakes. Admission free.
Entry, entry.
The sign on the door says no entry. Attend, attend.
Success attends on hard work.
Partake, partake.
Will you partake of supper this evening with us?
Participate, participate.
We have to participate in the discussion.
Accompany, accompany.
He went on a journey accompanied by a servant.
Induction, induction.
His induction into the army.
Warrior, warrior.
The unknown warrior.
Confess, confess.
She confessed stealing the watch. Act, act.
This medicine acts on the kidneys. Supporting actor, leading actor.
Action, action.
Actions speak louder than words. Inaction.
Deed, deed.
In deed as well as in name.
Active, active.
Active laws.
Activity, activity.
Political activity.
Brisk, brisk.
Trade is brisk.
Vigorous, vigorous.
He made a vigorous speech in defense of the government. Energetic, energetic.
He is an energetic man.
Strenuous, strenuous.
She is a strenuous lover of music.
Acute, acute.
He suddenly felt an acute pain in his stomach.
Critical, critical.
He read this book with a critical eye.
Keen, keen.
Birds have keen sight.
Adapt, adapt.
The story was adapted for the movies.
Adjust, adjust.
I have to adjust my watch. Compromise, compromise.
The workers and management reached a compromise.
Mediate, mediate.
Mediate a quarrel.
Reconcile, reconcile.
I reconcile with her tonight.
Accommodate, accommodate.
This hotel can accommodate up to 500 guests.
Conform, conform.
He makes his deeds conform to his words.
Adjourn, adjourn.
The meeting was adjourned for a month.
Delay, delay.
Ignorance delays progress. Postpone, postpone.
The regular general meeting was postponed till next month.
Suspend, suspend.
Suspend payment. He suspended his decision.
Halt, halt.
The conductor halted the train.
Arrest, arrest.
He is under house arrest. Cease, cease.
Cease fire! The baby cried ceaselessly.
Defer, defer.
I deferred buying a new car.
Adorn, adorn.
She adorned herself with jewels.
Decorate, decorate.
Decoration.
Shrewd, shrewd.
A shrewd businessman.
Cunning, cunning.
She is as cunning as a fox.
Sly, sly.
A sly old fox.
Ingenious, ingenious.
Beware, beware.
Beware what you say.
Caution, caution.
By way of caution.
Parliament, parliament.
A member of parliament. Parliamentary language.
Congress, Congress.
The 92nd Congress.
Conference, conference.
A news conference.
Council, council.
I took counsel with my pillow about the event.
Acquaint, acquaint.
She acquainted them with the facts. Advertise, advertise.
A situation vacant advertisement.
Propagate, propagate.
Propaganda.
Inform, inform.
Informant.
Information, information.
That's a useful piece of information. Information network.
Warn, warn.
I warned him never to be late again. Without warning.
Advise, advise.
Advised. Advice.
Affect, affect.
She was affected by his words. Affectionate yours. Sway. Sway.
The tree swayed in the wind.
Persuade. Persuade.
I could not persuade him that the news was true.
Induce. Induce.
Nothing shall induce me to give this up.
Strike. Strike.
I was struck with her beauty.
Impress. Impress.
He was impressed by the boy's behavior.
Subscribe. Subscribe.
I subscribe to Time. Seal, seal.
An official statement signed and sealed.
Influence, influence.
It has had a tremendous influence upon Western civilization.
Attach, attach.
He attached a stamp to the envelope.
Sacrifice, sacrifice.
She made a lot of sacrifices to educate her only son.
Devote, devote.
He has devoted his life to helping blind people.
Dedicate, dedicate.
She dedicated her first book to her mother. Afflict, afflict.
He is afflicted at the loss of his parents.
Pang, pang.
The pangs of conscience.
Trial, trial.
Life is full of trials.
Annoy, annoy.
How annoying!
Torment, torment.
The soldiers were tormented with hunger and injury.
Inflict, inflict.
You must not inflict pain upon animals.
Mar, mar.
The big new road mars the beauty of the countryside. Slaughter, slaughter.
People slaughtered.
massacre, massacre,
The massacre of millions during the war.
murder, murder,
Murder will out.
distress, distress,
He has been much distressed for money.
agony, agony,
The agony has left me.
obsess, obsess,
He is obsessed by obsession.
grief, grief,
She went nearly insane with grief after her lover left. Bitter, bitter.
taste the sweets and bitters of life.
Pain, pain.
No pains, no gains.
Sore, sore.
My feet are sore from all that running yesterday.
Anguish, anguish.
She is in anguish over her child.
Suffer, suffer.
He suffered from poverty.
Bother, bother.
I'm busy. Don't bother me. Apprehend, apprehend.
I apprehended the worsening of the situation.
Inconvenience, inconvenience.
It is very inconvenient if there is no bath in a house.
Fright, fright.
Stage fright.
Terror, terror.
He is a terror to the villagers.
Alarm, alarm.
He was alarmed at the news.
Grim, grim.
A grim reality. Rigor, rigor.
The rigors of life.
Coward, coward.
You coward, are you afraid of water?
Dread, dread.
A burnt child dreads the fire.
Threaten, threaten.
Threaten punishment.
Menace, menace.
Spoke with menace.
Scare, scare.
The dog scared the thief away.
Dismay, dismay.
I was dismayed at the news. Appall, appall.
We were appalled when we heard she had been murdered.
Formidable, formidable.
A formidable enemy.
Delegate, delegate.
He was delegated to the convention.
Typical, typical.
A typical example.
Representative, representative.
Congress is representative of the people.
Attorney, attorney.
Attorney General.
Secretary, secretary.
Secretary of the Treasury. Secretary of State. Attack, attack.
The author was attacked by critics.
Siege, siege.
Greeks laid siege to Troy.
Aggression, aggression.
These measures will serve as safety valves for external aggression.
Assault, assault.
Partisan took the village by assault.
Beset, beset.
I was beset by mosquitoes.
Offense, offense.
An offense against the law.
Misdeed, misdeed.
He deserved long imprisonment for his many misdeeds. Raid, raid.
An air raid.
Trespass, trespass.
No trespassing.
Assent, assent.
I gave my assent to his plan. With one assent.
Consent, consent.
The father consented to his daughter's piano lessons.
Comply, comply.
They complied with my request.
Adopt, adopt.
Adopt a child. My adopted son. Accept, accept.
She could not accept that her husband was dead.
Approve, approve.
I will approve him a trustworthy man.
Approval, approval.
It has the approval of the whole committee.
Harmony, harmony.
You must live in harmony with each other.
Balance, balance.
Balance of power. Balance of trade.
Equilibrium, equilibrium.
The equilibrium of supply and demand. Equal. Equal.
He is equal to the task.
Accord. Accord.
His deeds accord with his words.
Coincide. Coincide.
His views coincide with mine. Simultaneous, simultaneous.
Simultaneous interpretation.
Contemporary, contemporary.
Contemporary opinion.
Contract, contract.
The company has signed a contract to build the new road.
Concord, concord.
The two tribes had lived in concord.
Convention, convention.
A postal convention. Conventions of daily life.
Treaty, treaty.
A treaty of peace. A commercial treaty.
Bargain, bargain.
A good bargain. Into the bargain. Compact. Compact.
A compact formation.
Venerable. Venerable.
A venerable scholar.
Homage. Homage.
They paid homage to the Queen.
Piety. Piety.
Let them learn first to show piety at home and to requite their parents.
Allay. Ally.
The Allied powers.
League. League.
A league match.
Union. Union.
Union is strength.
Cohere. Cohere.
Your story does not cohere. Transact, transact.
The transaction of business.
Handle, handle.
The boss handles his inferiors.
Manipulate, manipulate.
Manipulate public opinion.
Manage, manage.
He was managed by his superior, the labor and management.
Regulate, regulate.
A regular customer.
Treat, treat.
She treats us as children. Allot. Allot.
That space has already been allotted for building a new hospital.
Allocate. Allocate.
Allocation.
Assign. Assign.
They have assigned me a small room.
Amateur. Amateur.
He is the amateur in painting.
Novice. Novice.
He is only the novice in the political world.
Newcomer. Newcomer.
A newcomer to skiing.
Rookie. Rookie.
Mr. Jung is the rookie this year. Ambition, ambition.
That politician is full of ambition.
Policy, policy.
Honesty is the best policy.
Enterprise, enterprise.
He is a man of enterprise.
Aspire, aspire.
He aspired to be a poet.
Pant, pant.
They panted for liberty.
Longing, longing.
A longing for fame.
Progressive, progressive.
Progressive changes. Gradual. Gradual.
There has been a gradual increase in the birth rate.
Cordial. Cordial.
She gave me a cordial welcome.
Genial. Genial.
A genial old lady.
Amuse. Amuse.
The old woman amused children with stories.
Complacent. Complacent.
A complacent smile.
Indulge. Indulge.
Indulge in luxurious pleasure.
Gratify. Gratify.
He wants to gratify his thirst for knowledge. Delicious, delicious.
A delicious story.
Invitation, invitation,
Entrance by written invitation only.
entertain, entertain,
Entertainment programs. Professional entertainer.
divert, divert,
They were diverted by a play.
delight, delight,
The real delight in reading biography is to realize how complicated and peculiar human behavior is.
rejoice, rejoice,
It rejoices me to see you well. Pleasure, pleasure.
he takes a pleasure in writing.
Fury, fury.
He was filled with fury and could not speak.
Rage, rage.
She flies into a rage every time I mention money.
Anger, anger.
He is moved to anger.
Indignant, indignant.
They are indignant at the unfair dismissal.
Appeal, appeal.
Appeal to arms.
Implore, implore.
An imploring look. Plead, plead.
He kneeled and pleaded for forgiveness.
Request, request.
He requested a loan from the bank.
Entreat, entreat.
I entreat you to show mercy to him.
Beg, beg.
I beg your pardon.
Pray, pray.
I pray you to consider it once more.
Demand, demand.
Demand and supply.
Insist, insist.
He insisted that he was innocent. Ask, ask.
This job asks time.
Supplement, supplement.
A Sunday supplement.
Apprehension, apprehension.
He seems to have apprehension of his old age.
Anxiety, anxiety.
A sense of isolation is one of the causes of anxiety.
Anxious, anxious.
They are anxious for his safety. I became anxious at her delay.
Uneasy, uneasy.
He was uneasy on the throne.
Insecure, insecure.
I am insecure of the future. Uncertain, uncertain.
Everything is uncertain.
Skeptical, skeptical.
Skepticism, skeptic.
Suspect, suspect.
Suspicious, suspicion.
Unrest, unrest.
Political unrest. Unemployment causes social unrest.
Advocate, advocate.
The opposition party advocates a reduction in taxes.
Uphold, uphold.
They upheld the right to free speech. Support, support.
I cannot support this pain.
Sustain, sustain.
Sustained efforts.
Favor, favor.
Are you in favor of the plan or not?
Conserve, conserve.
The conservation of the forests. The Conservative Party.
Patronage, patronage.
We solicit your continued patronage.
Prone, prone.
The young are prone to err. Disposed, disposed.
I am not disposed to talk.
Bent, bent.
He had a natural bent for music.
Liable, liable.
Glass is liable to break.
Likely, likely.
A likely story.
Subject, subject.
Everything is subject to the laws of nature.
Ascribe, ascribe.
He ascribes his success to skill and hard work.
Attribute, attribute.
He attributes his poverty to father. Divine attribution. Quality, quality.
You must prefer quality to quantity.
Humiliate, humiliate,
I felt humiliated by his criticism.
mortify, mortify,
He was mortified by his defeat.
shy, shy,
He is shy of women.
ashamed, ashamed,
You should be ashamed of yourself.
bashful, bashful,
A bashful man,
timid, timid,
as timid as a rabbit. Disgrace, disgrace.
such a book is a disgrace to the publishing house.
Dishonor, dishonor.
He is a dishonor to his country.
Assert, assert.
She asserted that he was not guilty.
Claim, claim.
If nobody claims the camera you found, you can have it. Maintain, maintain.
He maintained friendly relations with them.
Affirm, affirm.
An affirmative answer. Affirmative.
Declare, declare.
The Declaration of Independence.
Announce, announce.
They announced the departure of Flight 714.
Proclaim, proclaim.
He proclaimed Anne his heir.
Publish, publish.
The book was first published in 1980.
Aspect, aspect.
Her face had an angry aspect. Seeming, seeming.
Seeming friendship.
Surface, surface.
A surface view.
Appear, appear.
Keep up appearances.
Tempt, tempt.
He tempted me with a bribe.
Bait, bait.
A live bait.
Allure, allure.
She allured Jack from his duty.
Attract, attract.
Flowers attract bees. An attractive woman. Fascinate, fascinate.
The children were fascinated by the exhibition.
Lure, lure.
She lured him into the shop doorway and hit him over the head.
Captivate, captivate.
Her speeches are full of captivating wit and warmth.
Enchant, enchant.
A palace in an enchanted forest.
Spell, spell.
Learn to spell.
Charm, charm.
Charming.
Purify, purify.
You can purify water by boiling and filtering it. Pure, pure.
A pure taste.
Purity, purity.
Purity of life.
Genuine, genuine.
He is a very genuine person.
Sympathetic, sympathetic.
Sympathetic friends.
Sympathy, sympathy.
She pressed his hand in sympathy.
Pity, pity.
Nobody wants pity from others.
Pathetic, pathetic.
A pathetic scene. Sentimental, sentimental.
They are not in the least sentimental in their habits of thought.
Antipathy, antipathy.
She has a natural antipathy to snakes.
Disgust, disgust.
Its taste disgusts me.
Reluctant, reluctant.
A reluctant answer.
Repulsion, repulsion.
He feels repulsion for me.
Awkward, awkward.
An awkward situation.
Clumsy, clumsy.
You shouldn't wear such clumsy shoes. Crude, crude.
Don't be so crude.
Transport, transport.
Heavy vehicles are used to transport the coal to distant parts of the country.
Transmit, transmit.
The results will be transmitted to the newsroom.
Convey, convey.
I can't convey my feelings in words.
Ferry, ferry.
Ferry a river.
Contact, contact.
Have you been in contact with your sister recently? Message, message.
A message from a prophet.
Intact, intact.
Remain intact.
Communicate, communicate.
Communicate information.
Banish, banish.
Napoleon was banished to Elba.
Exile, exile.
He went into exile.
Expel, expel.
The student was expelled from the school because of misconduct.
Export, export.
Chief exports.
Import, import.
Clouds import rain. Smuggle, smuggle.
He smuggled drugs into the country.
Bear, bear.
The dog bared its teeth in anger.
Barren, barren.
Barren soil.
Waste, waste.
Haste makes waste.
Garbage, garbage.
Literary garbage.
Filth, filth.
Live in filth.
Litter, litter.
No litter, please.
Sterile, sterile.
A sterile effort. Tedious, tedious.
A tedious talk.
Routine, routine.
Routine duties.
Yawn, yawn.
Make a person yawn.
Monotony, monotony.
The country life was unbearably monotonous to her.
Bald, bald.
It was the bald truth.
Naked, naked.
Fight with naked fists.
Nude, nude.
A nude room.
Found, found.
The company was founded in 1930. Base, base.
I base my opinion of facts. A base expression.
Basis, basis.
He is paid on a daily basis.
Groundwork, groundwork.
Lay the groundwork for.
Degrade, degrade.
Degrading behavior.
Debase, debase.
We debase ourselves for money.
Mean, mean.
I mean you no harm. He is mean about money.
Ignoble, ignoble.
I'm disgusted with his ignoble conduct. Vile, vile.
Vile thoughts.
Wretched, wretched.
Live a wretched life.
Low, low.
He is a low fellow.
Campaign, campaign.
A campaign against racial segregation.
Encounter, encounter.
He encountered many problems.
Confront, confront.
He has confronted many difficulties.
Battle, battle.
Battle of life.
Combat, combat.
It is a single combat. Conflict, conflict.
Armed conflict can start at any time.
Contest, contest.
The contest between capitalism and socialism is over.
Struggle, struggle.
He struggled with a difficult question all night.
Contend, contend.
Contention.
Compete, compete.
No work can compete with this one.
Strive, strive.
Don't strive about a small matter.
Strife, strife.
A labor strife. Quarrel, quarrel.
A bad workman quarrels with his tools.
Repel, repel.
Repel an enemy.
Carriage, carriage.
She has an elegant carriage.
Posture. Posture.
Upright posture is natural only to humans. The posture of foreign affairs.
Gesture. Gesture.
He always uses a lot of gestures.
Attitude. Attitude.
One's attitude of mind.
Bearing. Bearing.
He has his good bearing toward woman.
Depart. Depart.
The train departed from the station at 12 o'clock. Commence. Commence.
Should we commence the attack?
Launch. Launch.
Launch a scheme.
Initial. Initial.
R-O and K in ROK are the initials of the Republic of Korea.
Initiate. Initiate.
Han initiated me into the technique of fishing.
Behave. Behave.
He behaved himself like a gentleman.
Conduct. Conduct.
She conducted herself well.
Preside. Preside.
I presided over the meeting. Confide. Confide.
Alice confided her dislike of her husband to John.
Convict. Convict.
The jury convicted him of murder.
Obstinate. Obstinate.
He is as obstinate as a mule.
Inflexible. Inflexible.
Inflexible courage.
Stable. Stable.
A stable government. Stability. Stability.
Stability of a structure. Stability of economics.
Fast. Fast.
The post is fast in the ground.
Steadfast. Steadfast.
A steadfast spirit.
Steady. Steady.
Slow and steady wins the race.
Faith. Faith.
You must have faith in God.
Trust. Trust.
I have no trust in her.
Pride. Pride.
Pride goes before a fall.
Boast. Boast.
He boasts that he can play tennis very well. Swagger. Swagger.
He swaggered across the room.
Conceit. Conceit.
That man is full of conceit.
Personal. Personal.
Personal appearance.
Bodily. Bodily.
Bodily suffering.
Corporal. Corporal.
Corporal pleasure.
Material. Material.
Nothing material is omitted.
Physical. Physical.
Physical beauty.
Bold. Bold.
She is as bold as brass.
Heroic. Heroic.
Heroic words. Barefaced. Barefaced.
That's a barefaced lie.
Forward. Forward.
I'm disgusted with the forward young woman.
Forth. Forth.
Back and forth.
Impudence. Impudence.
None of your impudence.
Shameless. Shameless.
It would be better for you to avoid the shameless fellow.
Exaggerate. Exaggerate.
If you always exaggerate, people will no longer believe you.
Magnify. Magnify.
Magnification. Magnifier. Expand. Expand.
The computer industry expanded rapidly in the 1980s.
Swell. Swell.
A swell in the population.
Flower. Flower.
His genius as a painter flowered very early.
Bloom. Bloom.
Out of bloom.
Border. Border.
Japan borders on Korea.
Bound. Bound.
He traveled to the utmost bounds of France, the boundary of science. Brim. Brim.
Her eyes brimmed with tears.
edge, edge.
He was on the edge of going out.
Margin, margin.
She was standing still in the margin of the pond. A large margin of profit.
Rim, rim.
The rim of a hat. The rim of an eyeglass.
Verge, verge.
On the verge of a forest.
Gallantry, gallantry.
He was awarded a prize for gallantry.
Brave, brave.
She was brave enough to go there alone. Audacious, audacious.
An audacious explorer.
Stout, stout.
Stout resistance. He became stout as he grew older.
Plucky, plucky.
It was very plucky of you to chase after the burglar like that.
Bold, bold.
I make bold to ask you.
Brilliant, brilliant.
A brilliant career.
Kindle, kindle.
Her eyes kindled with excitement.
Flame, flame.
I was in a flaming temper. Blaze, blaze.
The blaze of noon.
Glow, glow.
The cat's eyes glowed in the darkness.
Immediate, immediate.
An immediate advantage.
Momentary, momentary.
Momentary pleasure.
Minute, minute.
A minute report. A minute difference.
Tiny, tiny.
A little tiny boy.
Temporary, temporary.
A temporary job.
Flash, flash.
The flashing lights of the cars.
Gleam, gleam.
A gleam of wit. Glimmer, glimmer.
A glimmer of hope.
Glitter, glitter.
All is not gold that glitters.
Sparkling, sparkling.
Sparkling stars.
Brighten, brighten.
I began to brighten up.
Shine, shine.
Give your boots a shine, lady.
Alert, alert.
He is alert to the changes of policy.
Intellect, intellect.
He is a man of intellect. Clever, clever.
He is clever with a saw.
Burden, burden.
He is a burden to me.
Cargo, cargo.
Cargo liner, cargo plane.
Freight, freight.
Freight free.
Load, load.
We loaded the car with goods.
Embark, embark.
He embarked on a new way of life.
Luggage, luggage.
A luggage office.
Medium, medium.
Money is a medium of exchange. Carrier, carrier.
Flies are carriers of germs.
Summon, summon.
Summon an assembly.
Call, call.
Calling card.
Serene, serene.
A serene summer night.
Compose, compose.
Composition, composure.
Calm, calm.
A calm sea.
Tranquil, tranquil.
A tranquil life.
Concern, concern.
This matter concerns all of you. Watchful, watchful.
As watchful as hawk.
Misgiving, misgiving.
Many teachers have expressed serious misgivings about the new exams.
Worry, worry.
The cares and worries of life.
Suspicion, suspicion.
A suspicious glance.
Prudent, prudent.
A prudent man.
Reckless, reckless.
He spent money with absolute recklessness.
Discreet, discreet.
It would be discreet to read the contract properly before signing it. Caricature, caricature.
Newspapers often contain caricatures of well-known politicians.
Cartoon, cartoon.
A political cartoon.
Comic, comic.
A comic performance.
Satire, satire.
The play is a satire on modern civilization.
Tragedy, tragedy.
Shakespeare's Hamlet is a very famous tragedy.
Motive, motive.
It was from a complex motive that he committed murder. Cause, cause.
Cause and effect. Let's fight for the cause of democracy.
Reason, reason.
The cost is out of all reason.
Ceremony, ceremony.
A closing ceremony, an opening ceremony.
Formality, formality.
Legal formality.
Trait, trait.
National trait.
Character, character.
He is of course character.
Dispose, dispose.
I will dispose of these old papers. Cast, cast.
Cast a vote, cast a glance.
Personality, personality.
Double personality.
Temperament, temperament.
Success often depends on one's temperament.
Temper, temper.
She has a sweet temper.
Open-minded, open-minded.
He is very open-minded.
Bias, bias.
Without bias in favor.
Prejudice, prejudice.
You must not have a prejudice against foreigners. Benevolent, benevolent.
He was a benevolent old man. He wouldn't hurt a fly.
Mercy, mercy.
There is no mercy in him.
Charity, charity.
Charity begins at home.
Breadth, breadth.
His book showed the great breadth of his learning. Width, width.
A road of great width.
Benefactor, benefactor.
Benefaction.
Contribute, contribute.
Fresh air contributes to good health.
Offer, offer.
Thanks for your offer of help.
Donate, donate.
Donate blood.
Capacious, capacious.
A capacious vessel.
Generosity, generosity.
A generous nature.
Cheat, cheat.
She will not cheat us.
Beguile, beguile.
I beguiled weary hours with music. Pretend, pretend.
Pretend ignorance.
Deceive, deceive.
The bad boy deceived his mother.
Betray, betray.
Betray oneself.
Trick, trick.
I suspect some trick.
Mislead, mislead.
Bad companions mislead him.
Cherish, cherish.
He cherished the memory of his dead wife. Foster, foster.
A foster mother. Indifference fosters dictatorship.
Harbor, harbor.
In harbor.
Alter, alter.
Do you think you will alter your travel plans?
Alternate, alternate.
Good times alternate with bad.
Alternative, alternative.
She had no alternative but to ask for a divorce.
Prefer, prefer.
Like most educated people, he prefers classical music to pop. Preferable, preferable.
The worst reconciliation is preferable to the best divorce.
Choice, choice.
I live in the country by choice.
Choose, choose.
Be careful in choosing your friend.
Option, option.
There are many options open to someone who is willing to work hard.
Select, select.
He selected a shirt to match his suit.
Circuit, circuit.
How long does it take for the Earth to make its circuit of the sun? circulate, circulate,
circulating capital,
circle, circle,
the upper circles.
roll, roll,
Time rolls on.
rotate, rotate,
Life rotates, the rotation of the earth.
compass, compass,
The discussion was beyond the compass of my brain.
civilize, civilize,
Oriental civilization.
civil, civil,
Civil liberties, a civil answer. Civil law, civil war. Courtesy, courtesy.
courtesy card,
Polite, polite.
a polite answer, polite society,
Chivalry, chivalry.
chivalrous,
Trim, trim.
trimming,
Clean, clean.
cleaning, cleanness, clean cut, clean up,
Purge, purge.
purge away your evil thoughts,
Transparent, transparent.
a transparent lie, transparent glass, apparent, apparent,
It is apparently true.
visible, visible,
The visible.
clarify, clarify,
He tried to clarify a difficult sentence.
proof, proof,
Have you any proof of what you say? Proofreader.
evidence, evidence,
There wasn't enough evidence to prove him guilty.
manifest, manifest,
A manifest error.
patent, patent,
A patent agent. A patent right. Plain, plain.
plain speaking, plain living,
Thrift, thrift.
thrive, thrifty.
Obvious, obvious.
It is obvious that he lied to me.
Coarse, coarse.
A coarse joke,
Vulgar, vulgar.
vulgar literature,
Gross, gross.
one's gross income,
Comfort, comfort.
they have enough money to live in comfort. Ease, ease,
With ease. Feel at ease.
reassure, reassure,
The doctor reassured the sick man.
console, console,
Consolation money. Consolation prize.
relief, relief,
They are in need of relief.
relieve, relieve,
Relieve your feelings.
soothe, soothe,
Have a drink to soothe your nerves.
solace, solace,
Books were his only solace.
quiet, quiet,
A quiet life.
restful, restful,
Restful death. Command, command.
he commanded them to go ahead at once.
Direct, direct.
Direct answer, a telephone directory.
First hand, first hand.
I heard her news firsthand.
Indirect, indirect.
An indirect route.
Second hand, second hand.
A second-hand car.
Ordain, ordain.
Fate ordained that we should separate.
Order, order.
Peace and order. Instruct, instruct.
He instructs a class in history.
Commit, commit.
This man has committed a very serious crime.
Entrust, entrust.
Can I entrust the task to you?
Impersonal, impersonal.
An impersonal point of view.
Common, common.
The common people. A commonplace talk.
Familiar, familiar.
Facts that are familiar to everybody.
Generalize, generalize.
General, generality. Ordinary, ordinary.
An ordinary meeting. An ordinary dress.
Popular, popular.
A popular government. In a popular language. Popular front.
Compare, compare.
To live is often compared to a voyage.
Figurative, figurative.
A figurative use of a word.
Contrast, contrast.
In this book, the writer contrasts Europe with America.
Complex, complex.
Complex sentence. Sports complex. Complicate, complicate.
That complicates matters.
Obscure, obscure.
An obscure passage, an obscure poet.
Intricate, intricate.
This is a novel with an intricate plot.
Involve, involve.
He is involved in the crime.
Implicate, implicate.
Be implicated in a crime. An implicit promise.
Assure, assure.
I assure you of her innocence. Secure, secure.
Security is the greatest enemy.
Vow, vow.
All the men took a vow of loyalty to their leader.
Pledge, pledge.
Take this ring as a pledge of our love.
Insure, insure.
Is your house insured against fire?
Warrant, warrant.
Diligence is a warrant success. A warrant of arrest.
Sponsor, sponsor.
The baseball game is being sponsored by this company. Guarantee, guarantee.
This radio is guaranteed for 3 years.
Ensure, ensure.
Ensure the freedom of the press.
Certificate, certificate.
Marriage certificate.
Vouch, vouch.
I'll vouch for you. Confirm, confirm.
I confirmed the rumor. A confirmed drunkard.
Verify, verify.
His report was verified by witness.
Prove, prove.
The exception proves the rule.
Demonstrate, demonstrate.
Demonstration.
Confuse, confuse.
I was confused by all the noise.
Disrupt, disrupt.
Floods disrupted traffic.
Mess, mess.
This room is in a terrible mess. Distraction, distraction.
There are too many distractions here.
Perplex, perplex.
I was perplexed for an answer.
Puzzle, puzzle.
I am quite puzzled.
Chaos, chaos.
After the power failure, the city was in chaos.
Disorder, disorder.
My room was in disorder.
Embarrass, embarrass.
Embarrassment, embarrassing. Confound, confound.
The election results confounded the ruling party.
Bewilder, bewilder.
Big city traffic bewilders me.
Surprise, surprise.
His conduct surprised me.
Astonish, astonish.
I was astonished at the news.
Astound, astound.
She was astounded when she heard he had won.
Amaze, amaze.
I was amazed by the news. Incredible, incredible.
A quite incredible happening.
Stun, stun.
I was stunned by the news.
Dizzy, dizzy.
A dizzy height.
Upset, upset.
Upset a cup of coffee.
Tumult, tumult.
A popular tumult.
Riot, riot.
The army put down a riot.
Disturb, disturb.
Don't disturb.
Nuisance, nuisance.
A private nuisance.
Noise, noise.
I heard a strange noise last night. Uproar, uproar.
The village was in an uproar.
Uprising, uprising.
The police put down the uprising by force.
Defiance, defiance.
Defiance of established authority. A vitamin deficiency.
Defy, defy.
This is the problem that defies solution.
Revolt, revolt.
People revolted against the government.
Traitor, traitor.
Traitorous.
Revolve, revolve.
The seasons revolve. Conquer, conquer.
The Norman Conquest.
Surmount, surmount.
A tin roof surmounted with snow.
Defeat, defeat.
A nation may be defeated but never conquered.
Overcome, overcome.
Overcome obstacles.
Prevail, prevail.
Truth will prevail.
Vanquish, vanquish.
Napoleon was vanquished at the Battle of Waterloo in 1815.
Subdue, subdue.
He subdued his anger. Overwhelm, overwhelm.
An overwhelming catastrophe.
Irresistible, irresistible.
An irresistible force.
Overthrow, overthrow.
The people overthrew the king.
Consider, consider.
I consider him to be a good doctor, a very considerable person.
Considering, considering.
He looks old considering his age.
Muse, muse.
It is useless to muse upon past errors.
Ponder, ponder.
He pondered the troubles with great seriousness. Reflect, reflect.
Stop and reflect a minute before you act.
Brood, brood.
She brooded over the mistake she made.
Contemplate, contemplate.
He contemplated the problem in all its aspects.
Meditate, meditate.
She meditated upon her past life.
Study, study.
He studied not to do wrong.
Weigh, weigh.
Weigh well before deciding. Infect, infect.
A lot of people were infected with cholera in this summer.
Pollution, pollution.
Pollution of the atmosphere. The almighty dollar principle polluted young people.
Dissolute, dissolute.
A dissolute life.
Astray, astray.
The attractions of the city led the youth astray.
Contaminate, contaminate.
Smog contaminates the air.
Corrupt, corrupt.
Corrupt morals.
Impure, impure.
An impure motive. Constant, constant.
I don't like these constant arguments.
Eternal, eternal.
Eternal truth.
Incessant, incessant.
We've had a week of incessant rain.
Perpetual, perpetual.
A perpetual stream of visitors.
Invariable, invariable.
They were almost invariable silent.
Consecutive, consecutive.
Consecutive numbers. It rained 3 consecutive days. Consistent, consistent.
He is not consistent in his action.
Sequence, sequence.
The sequence of events on the night.
Serial, serial.
The serial numbers of the stolen checks.
Train, train.
A train of thought.
Succession, succession.
Disasters came in succession.
Continue, continue.
A living language continues to change. Continual practice.
Everlasting, everlasting.
I'm tired of his everlasting complaints. Abide, abide.
You must abide by the rules. An abiding love.
Await, await.
Death awaited them.
Endure, endure,
I can't endure that noise a moment longer.
patience, patience,
A man of great patience. A patient worker. A free patient.
perseverance, perseverance,
He studied with perseverance. Persist. Persist.
he persisted in all his belief.
Bear. Bear.
I can't bear this pain.
Tolerate. Tolerate.
I won't tolerate your selfishness.
Last. Last.
How long will the fine weather last?
Durable. Durable.
A durable friendship, a durable goods.
Condense. Condense.
A cloud is a condensation of vapor. Lessen, lessen,
The difficulty can be lessened only we help each other.
shrink, shrink,
The rivers have shrunk from the drought.
compress, compress,
The experience of a lifetime compressed into a few pages.
miniature, miniature,
The family is society in miniature.
diminish, diminish,
His illness diminished his strength.
underestimate, underestimate,
Underestimate the problem.
shorten, shorten,
The new highway shortened the trip. Duplicate. Duplicate.
he has a duplicate key.
Reproduce. Reproduce.
This compact disc player reproduces every sound perfectly.
Copy. Copy.
You should copy his good points, not his bad points.
Manuscript. Manuscript.
Poem still in manuscript. Consume, consume,
The fire consumed the wooden buildings.
expend, expend,
Expenditure. Expense. Expensive.
value, value,
Nothing is more valuable than time.
spend, spend,
He spent all his energy on the reconstruction of his company.
cost, cost,
Carelessness will cost you your life. Exhaust. Exhaust.
he exhausted himself by hard work.
Precious. Precious.
My precious darlings, a family is the most precious gift in life.
Dear. Dear.
Life is very dear to him.
Mad. Mad.
It would be madness to try to climb the mountain in such a snowstorm.
Crazy. Crazy.
You were crazy to lend that man your money.
Drunk. Drunk.
Dead drunk. Passion, passion.
He has enough passion to make a great poet. A man of passionate nature.
Excite, excite.
They are wild with excitement.
Enthusiasm, enthusiasm.
Tennis is my latest enthusiasm.
Offend, offend.
A chronic offender. A first offender.
Crime, crime.
If you commit a crime, you must expect to be punished.
Sin, sin.
Commit a sin. The original sin. Vice. Vice.
Virtue and vice.
Err. Err.
The erroneous belief.
Punish. Punish.
The wicked are punished, the good come into their own.
Penalty. Penalty.
The death penalty.
Guilt. Guilt.
He admitted his guilt.
Blame. Blame.
I have nothing to blame myself for. Condemn, condemn.
Most people are willing to condemn violence of any sort.
Disapprove, disapprove.
They disapproved of the government's policy.
Denounce, denounce.
He was denounced as a liar.
Comment, comment.
No comment.
Scold, scold.
He scolded the child for being lazy.
Rebuke, rebuke.
The boy was rebuked for making a noise.
Censure, censure.
His conduct was severely censured. Reproach, reproach.
It wasn't your fault. You have nothing to reproach yourself with.
Produce, produce.
Produce your passport, please. Intellectual products.
Crop, crop.
The effort yielded but a sorry crop.
Harvest, harvest.
An average harvest.
Output, output.
The yearly output of automobiles.
Input, input.
An input device.
Income, income.
A fixed income. Host, host.
We are faced with a host of difficulties.
Flight, flight.
A flight of wild geese.
School, school.
Rembrandt and his school. A dog well schooled in obedience.
Tribe, tribe.
American Indian tribes.
Mob, mob.
Mob psychology.
Gang, gang.
Don't get mixed up with that gang.
Multitude, multitude.
A great multitude gathered in the streets. Crowd, crowd.
He pushed his way through the crowd.
Herd, herd.
People were herded together like cattle.
Swarm, swarm.
A swarm of ants.
Throng, throng.
A throng of people is here.
Mass, mass.
The nation in the mass was not interested in politics.
Majority, majority.
The majority is not always right.
Major, major.
The major industries.
Staple, staple.
Staple food. Cruel, cruel.
It is cruel to do such a thing.
Brutalize, brutalize.
Years of warfare had brutalized the troops.
Misuse, misuse.
Misuse of authority.
Abuse, abuse.
Words of abuse. Personal abuse.
Inhuman, inhuman.
Man's inhumanity to man.
Outrage, outrage.
The angry crowd committed many outrages. Curse, curse.
Cursed.
Swear, swear.
Swear by God.
Damage, damage.
The storm caused great damage.
Decay, decay.
What caused the Roman Empire to decay?
Crumble, crumble.
My hopes have crumbled to nothing.
Breakdown, breakdown.
Both sides blamed each other for the breakdown of talks.
Rot, rot.
A fallen tree soon rots. Destroy, destroy.
Gambling was his destruction.
Annihilate, annihilate.
The invasion force was annihilated.
Collapse, collapse.
The bridge collapsed under the weight of the train.
Devour, devour.
The flood devoured the whole town.
Discourage, discourage.
Don't be discouraged.
Depress, depress.
The bad news depressed me.
Relay, relay.
He relayed the message too late. Intermediate, intermediate.
An intermediate level English class.
Intervene, intervene.
Intervene in a dispute.
Interfere, interfere.
Please don't interfere in my business.
Interrupt, interrupt.
I don't want to be interrupted.
Inject, inject.
Inject a suggestion into the conversation.
Meddle, meddle.
A meddlesome old man.
Demolish, demolish.
They are going to demolish that old building. Devoid, devoid,
He is devoid of sense.
despair, despair,
A despairing look.
disappoint, disappoint,
Disappointed. Disappointment.
bankrupt, bankrupt,
The newspapers accused the government of being bankrupt in policy.
spoil, spoil,
Spare the rod and spoil the child.
injure, injure,
One cannot do evil to others without injuring oneself. Ruin. Ruin.
the ruins of Rome,
Mischief. Mischief.
a mischievous rumor.
Harm. Harm.
A few drinks will do you no harm.
Hurt. Hurt.
It was a severe hurt to his pride.
Peril. Peril.
He accomplished the task at the peril of his death.
Danger. Danger.
He was in danger of losing his life.
Hazard. Hazard.
Rock climbers sometimes hazard their lives. Jeopardy, jeopardy,
His life was in jeopardy.
deadly, deadly,
A deadly poison. A deadly silence.
die, die,
When she heard the news, her hopes died within her. Expire. Expire.
his term of office as president expires next year.
Perish. Perish.
A lot of cultural properties perished in flame.
Decease. Decease.
The family of the deceased.
Extinct. Extinct.
Our last hope has become extinct.
Extinguish. Extinguish.
Extinguishment.
Evaporate. Evaporate.
His hopes evaporated.
Vanish. Vanish.
With a wave of his hand, the magician made the rabbit vanish. Disappear, disappear.
She disappeared into the night.
Intrude, intrude.
You intruded upon my privacy.
Impose, impose.
I must perform the task that has been imposed upon me.
Decide, decide.
He's quite decided about it.
Conclude, conclude.
His letter concluded as follows.
Determine, determine.
Determined. Determination. Resolute. Resolute.
He is resolute in his decision.
Resolve. Resolve.
Resolve to study law.
Analysis. Analysis.
Analyze, analytic.
Solve. Solve.
Solve a puzzle.
Settle. Settle.
Settle one's mind. That settled the question.
Reside. Reside.
Residence, resident.
Inhabit. Inhabit.
Inhabitable, inhabitant, inhabitation. Populate, populate.
Densely populated district.
Colony, colony.
India was once a British colony, a colony of artists.
Incline, incline.
She inclined her head in prayer.
Decline, decline.
Business declines in one's declining years.
Refuse, refuse.
Refusal.
Reject, reject.
Rejection. Decent. Decent.
Poor people cannot always live in decent conditions.
Dignity. Dignity.
She always acted with great dignity.
Infallible. Infallible.
In some things he is quite infallible.
Logic. Logic.
That is not logic.
Valid. Valid.
A valid conclusion.
Propriety. Propriety.
I question the propriety of granting such a request.
Scanty. Scanty.
A scanty harvest. a scanty income. Shortcoming, shortcoming.
We all have some shortcomings.
Defect, defect.
A defect in character.
Fault, fault.
Faultless, faulty, fault-finding.
Flaw, flaw.
Flaws in a jewel.
Merit, merit.
Merits and demerits. Merit system.
Imperfect, imperfect.
Imperfection.
Defend, defend.
Defendant. Defense. Defensive. Protect. Protect.
A protective color.
Preserve. Preserve.
A well-preserved old man. Preserve silence.
Guard. Guard.
The policemen were guarding the street.
Shield. Shield.
He is our help and our shield.
Retain. Retain.
She tried to retain her self-control.
Reserve. Reserve.
We always must keep some money in reserve. Without reserve. Humble, humble.
Humbleness.
Modesty, modesty.
Modest. Modestly.
Illusion, illusion.
A mirage is an illusion.
Fancy, fancy.
Fancies of a poet.
Deny, deny.
He denied having said so.
Contradict, contradict.
No truth contradicts another truth.
Disprove, disprove.
The existence of God is a question of faith, and therefore impossible to prove or disprove. Desolate. Desolate.
Desolate land, a desolate life.
Forlorn. Forlorn.
The little village looked forlorn.
Solitude. Solitude.
He lived in solitude.
Lonesome. Lonesome.
I'm feeling lonesome.
Bleak. Bleak.
Bleak winds, a bleak prospect.
Dismal. Dismal.
A dismal story.
Dawn. Dawn.
From dawn till dark.
Dusk. Dusk.
After dusk. Twilight, twilight.
The twilight of life. Twilight industry.
Darken, darken.
His face darkened when he heard the bad news.
Hallow, hallow.
Ground hallowed by sacred memories.
Devout, devout.
With devout eyes.
Pious, pious. Religion, religion.
Science without religion is lame. Religion without science is blind.
Dexterous, dexterous.
He is dexterous in sale. Tact. Tact.
He wants tact.
Avail. Avail.
This ticket is available for a day.
Handy. Handy.
A handyman. He is handy with a tool.
Doctrine. Doctrine.
A religious doctrine.
Lecture. Lecture.
She lectures on English history.
Lesson. Lesson.
Each history lesson lasts 40 minutes.
Dictate. Dictate.
She dictated a letter to her secretary. Dictator. Dictator.
The country is ruled by a ruthless dictator.
Dogma. Dogma.
It is a scientific dogma.
Differ. Differ.
What's the difference?
Discriminate. Discriminate.
You have to discriminate bravery from brute courage.
Distinguish. Distinguish.
She distinguished herself in the cinema world at a very early age.
Discern. Discern.
Discern good from evil. Isolate. Isolate.
When a person has an infectious disease, he is usually isolated.
Distinct. Distinct.
His method is distinctive.
Individual. Individual.
An individual style of speaking.
Hardship. Hardship.
It was a hardship that was never put upon anyone before.
Difficulty. Difficulty.
She found great difficulty in understanding him.
Dip. Dip.
He dipped his brush in the paint.
Wet. Wet.
Wet to the skin. Drench. Drench.
They were caught in a downpour and came back drenched.
Immerse. Immerse.
She was so immersed in her work that she didn't notice me.
Plunge. Plunge.
The room was plunged into darkness.
Rush. Rush.
They rushed up the stairs.
Sink. Sink.
He is sunk in thoughts.
Subside. Subside.
Our anger have not subsided.
Soak. Soak.
He soaked the clothes in soapy water. Moisture. Moisture.
The desert air hardly contains moisture.
Humid. Humid.
The weather was so hot and humid that we all felt uncomfortable.
Nasty. Nasty.
You've got a nasty mind. Suggestive. Suggestive.
A suggestive remark.
Dirty. Dirty.
They sat drinking and telling dirty stories.
Immoral. Immoral.
It is immoral to cheat in a test.
Foul. Foul.
Industrial pollution has fouled the air.
Soil. Soil.
The shirt collar was badly soiled, and I couldn't get it clean.
Observe. Observe.
No one has observed on the fact.
Perceive. Perceive.
I perceived who coming. Discord. Discord.
The son is in discord with his parents.
Dissent. Dissent.
When I asked for agreement, there was no dissent.
Argue. Argue.
Do what you are told and don't argue.
Debate. Debate.
I debated the question with Mary.
Dispute. Dispute.
She disputed the truth of my statement.
Controversy. Controversy.
Controversial book. Discuss. Discuss.
The question is now under discussion.
Negotiate. Negotiate.
Negotiations are going on.
Complain. Complain.
Mary is always complaining.
Diffuse. Diffuse.
To diffuse knowledge.
Distribute. Distribute.
An equal distribution of property.
Share. Share.
Children should be taught to share their toys. Dispense. Dispense.
Dispense a law.
Separate. Separate.
The two questions are quite separate.
Label. Label.
A bottle labeled danger.
Divide. Divide.
Division of labor. Division of powers.
Irrelevant. Irrelevant.
Irrelevant arguments.
Categorical. Categorical.
Categorical statement.
Abstract. Abstract.
The word hunger is an abstract noun. Disconnect. Disconnect.
We were disconnected.
Detach. Detach.
Detach yourself from your prejudices.
Disperse. Disperse.
Police used tear gas to disperse the demonstrators.
Domain. Domain.
Public domain.
Continent. Continent.
A continental climate.
Dominate. Dominate.
America is a white-dominated society. Doubt, doubt.
I don't doubt the existence of God.
Doubtless, doubtless.
That is doubtless quite true.
Likelihood, likelihood.
In all likelihood.
Probable, probable.
What's the probable cost?
Plausible, plausible.
Your explanation sounds plausible, but I can't believe it.
Dubious, dubious.
A dubious battle.
Neutral, neutral.
A neutral zone. A neutral sort of person. Ambiguous. Ambiguous.
The wording of the contract is ambiguous.
Vague. Vague.
A vague rumor.
Distrust. Distrust.
He distrusted his own eyes.
Dress. Dress.
She dresses well on very little money.
Garment. Garment.
A garment of the latest fashion.
Clothe. Clothe.
They had to work hard to feed and clothe their family. Cloth, cloth.
Clean floor with a cloth.
Costume, costume.
The costume of the Victorian era.
Gown, gown.
Arms and gown.
Eager, eager.
We are eager for peace.
Terrestrial, terrestrial.
Terrestrial gravitation.
Territorial, territorial.
The territorial air.
Worldly, worldly.
Worldly pleasures.
Ecstasy, ecstasy.
He is in ecstasies over the new novel. Rapture. Rapture.
I was in raptures at the news.
Effective. Effective.
An effective leader.
Outcome. Outcome.
The outcome of a general election.
Consequence. Consequence.
A man of consequence.
Effect. Effect.
Cause and effect.
Effort. Effort.
Literary efforts.
Exert. Exert.
He exerted himself to attain his object. Unwise exertion of power. Endeavor. Endeavor.
You must endeavor to accomplish your end.
Attempt. Attempt.
I passed the test at the second attempt.
Elastic. Elastic.
All rules are elastic.
Flexible. Flexible.
Flexible politics.
Soften. Soften.
Time softens grief. Soft drink.
Tender. Tender.
Tender meat. His wound is still tender.
Element. Element.
Elementary education. Factor. Factor.
What is the major factor in making this decision?
Ingredient. Ingredient.
Health is the most important ingredient of human happiness.
Component. Component.
Component parts of society.
Contrary. Contrary.
Contrary weather. Contrary wind.
Reverse. Reverse.
She reversed the glass.
Antonym. Antonym.
Pain is the antonym of pleasure.
Resist. Resist.
They resisted the police in the discharge of their official duties. Antagonist. Antagonist.
The antagonism between two races.
Opponent. Opponent.
A formidable opponent.
Adversary. Adversary.
Adverse page.
Foe. Foe.
A foe to health.
Match. Match.
You are no match for me.
Hostile. Hostile.
A hostile army.
Enormous. Enormous.
He has an enormous sum of money. Immense. Immense.
There has been an immense improvement in his health.
Innumerable, innumerable.
Innumerable stars.
Infinite, infinite.
Infinite space. The infinite being.
Endless, endless.
My journey seemed endless.
Immortal, immortal.
An immortal book.
Permanent, permanent.
A permanent tooth. A permanent address.
Myriad, myriad.
A myriad of stars.
Gigantic, gigantic.
He has a gigantic appetite. Huge, huge.
The movie was a huge success.
Astronomical, astronomical.
Astronomical sums of money.
Tremendous, tremendous.
A tremendous explosion. A tremendous lie.
Envy, envy.
I envy your beauty.
Grudge, grudge.
An old grudge.
Malice, malice.
I bear you no malice.
Revenge, revenge.
He revenged his father's death. Friction, friction.
International friction.
Rub, rub.
The rubs and worries of life. He rubbed his hands to warm them.
Scrape, scrape.
I scraped the skin off the apple with a knife.
Avoid, avoid.
Avoid bad company. Evade, evade.
He evaded the question.
Miss, miss.
I have missed her terribly.
Escape, escape.
Escape pursuit.
Estimate, estimate.
The population of the city is estimated at 500,000.
Evaluate, evaluate.
Evaluate assets.
Purse, purse.
The power of the purse.
Tariff, tariff.
A passenger tariff.
Tax, tax.
Cigarettes are heavily taxed in New York. Uncommon, uncommon.
It is not uncommon to find such a bird.
Excel, excel.
He excels in courage.
Exceed, exceed.
Their success exceeded all expectations.
excess, excess.
Excessive.
Surpass, surpass.
He surpasses me in knowledge.
Naive, naive.
That's a naive idea.
Simple, simple.
Simplicity, simplify.
Prodigal, prodigal.
Extravagant, extravagant.
Extravagant habits.
Omit, omit.
He is annoyed about his omission from the team.
Exclude, exclude.
An exclusive attitude.
Monopoly, monopoly.
The government holds the monopoly for tobacco.
Exception, exception.
He read nothing except poetry.
Eliminate, eliminate.
He eliminated the mistakes from his composition. Undergo, undergo.
He has undergone many hardships.
Undertake, undertake.
She undertook an enterprise.
Experience, experience.
Learn by experience.
Expert, expert.
Expert on Russia.
Proficient, proficient.
He is proficient in sports.
Illustrate, illustrate.
The uses of words in this dictionary are illustrated with example sentences. Explain, explain.
Explanatory notes.
Account, account.
I accounted myself to be lucky. Short accounts make long friends. Newspaper accounts.
Describe, describe.
A descriptive power.
Depict, depict.
No language can depict her beauty.
Define. Define.
How do you define love?
Finite. Finite.
Man is finite existence. Express. Express.
Words cannot express it.
Specific. Specific.
I want to understand your problem, so please be more specific.
Explicit. Explicit.
An explicit promise.
Achieve. Achieve.
You will never achieve anything if you don't work harder.
Accomplish. Accomplish.
An accomplished fact.
Feat. Feat.
A feat of arms. Exploit. Exploit.
Exploit the resources of the oceans.
Extend. Extend.
Extension. Extensive.
Lengthen. Lengthen.
At full length.
Prolong. Prolong.
The construction committee decided to prolong a road system.
Alien. Alien.
Lying is alien to his nature.
Abroad. Abroad.
A trip abroad.
Exotic. Exotic.
Exotic music.
Strange. Strange.
In a strange land. Eccentric. Eccentric.
The old lady has some eccentric habits.
Curious. Curious.
A student should always be curious to learn.
Abnormal. Abnormal.
Abnormal behavior.
Quaint. Quaint.
A quaint person.
External. External.
A medicine for external use.
Exterior. Exterior.
An exterior policy.
Countenance. Countenance.
An angry countenance.
Face. Face.
Face a danger.
Justify. Justify.
Nothing can justify such behavior. Disinterested. Disinterested.
A disinterested judge.
Impartial. Impartial.
An impartial judgment.
Loyal. Loyal.
A loyal friend.
Conscience. Conscience.
In conscience. A matter of conscience.
False. False.
Better an open enemy than a false friend. A false statement.
Counterfeit. Counterfeit.
Counterfeit illness.
Intimate. Intimate.
I invited only several intimate friends. Close. Close.
A close neighbor.
Celebrate. Celebrate.
If you pass your exams, we'll have a party to celebrate.
Congratulate. Congratulate.
I congratulated him on his departure for success.
Note. Note.
A noted performer.
Notorious. Notorious.
A notorious thief.
Magnificent. Magnificent.
Magnificent view. Notable. Notable.
Korea has made a notable progress in industry since 1960.
Extraordinary. Extraordinary.
Do extraordinary things.
Conspicuous. Conspicuous.
A conspicuous statesman.
Outstanding. Outstanding.
An outstanding figure. Outstanding debts.
Prominent. Prominent.
Prominent teeth.
Renown. Renown.
Renowned.
Eminent. Eminent.
He is eminent for his learning.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
He could soar on the wings of fantasy. Imagine. Imagine.
Can you imagine life without electricity?
Daydream. Daydream.
Daydreamer.
Mode. Mode.
A peculiar mode of life. There are modes wherever there are man.
Vogue. Vogue.
High boots were the vogue for women last year.
accustom, accustom.
Accustomed.
Practice, practice.
We've made our plans and now we must put them into practice. Keep in practice. Habit, habit.
Habit is a second nature.
Execute, execute.
Forcible execution.
Feasible, feasible.
The plan sounds quite feasible.
Convenience, convenience.
A public convenience. Convenience food.
Fatal, fatal.
The fatal day.
Destin, destin.
Their hopes were destined never to be realized. Plain destined for Paris. Mortal, mortal.
Man is mortal.
Doom, doom.
From the start, the plan was doomed to failure.
Portion, portion.
Read this portion of the book.
Sensation, sensation.
It was so cold that he lost all sensation in his limbs.
Sense, sense.
She fell senseless. In a sense, sense organ.
Sensible, sensible.
It is sensible of you to have told him the truth. Sagacious, sagacious.
A sagacious answer.
Sensitive, sensitive.
Sensitivity, sentimental, sentimentalism.
Emotion, emotion.
An outlet for one's emotion.
Fertile, fertile.
Fertile soil. Fruitful, fruitful.
A fruitful meeting.
Fiction, fiction.
Is the story fact or fiction?
Fable, fable.
Aesop's Fables.
Legend, legend.
Korea has many legends about the tiger.
Tradition, tradition.
Story founded on tradition.
Fabulous, fabulous.
A fabulous sum of money.
Actual, actual.
In actual fact, it was quite cheap.
Virtual, virtual.
A virtual promise. Real, real.
Ideal, personal.
Realism, realism.
In reality.
Refine, refine.
A refined way of speaking. An oil refinery.
Elegant, elegant.
He was an elegant young gentleman.
Elaborate, elaborate.
An elaborate style.
Exquisite, exquisite.
Exquisite workmanship.
Grace, grace.
A graceful apology. The graceful poise of dancer. Moderate, moderate.
A family of moderate means, moderate prices.
Appropriate, appropriate.
A salary appropriate to an office. The government appropriated a large sum of money for building hospitals.
Proper, proper.
At a proper time. Customs proper to the Koreans. England proper.
Fit, fit.
Water fit to drink. The key fits the lock.
Suit, suit.
A suit of clothes. A criminal suit. A civil suit. Adhere, adhere.
He adhered to his decision.
Partisan, partisan.
Partisan spirit.
Forbid, forbid.
The law forbids the use of chemical fertilizer. Forbidden fruit.
Ban, ban.
There's a ban on smoking in theaters.
Prohibit, prohibit.
Smoking strictly prohibited. Illness prohibited him from working.
Taboo, taboo.
Taboo word. Prevent, prevent.
The heavy rain prevented me from coming in time.
Check, check.
Checkbook, checkpoint.
Bar, bar.
A bar of light. The way is barred.
Block, block.
The floor was made of wooden blocks.
Obstruct, obstruct.
Obstruct a road.
Hinder, hinder.
The hinder gate.
Retard, retard.
Road repairing retarded the car. Curb, curb.
Curb one's irritation.
Confine, confine.
The animal was confined in a very small cage.
Restrain, restrain.
Please restrain the children from creating a disturbance.
Reinforce, reinforce.
Reinforcement.
Compel, compel.
He compelled me to stay indoors.
Oblige, oblige.
We are obliged to pay taxes.
Bind, bind.
They bound the prisoner with rope. Force, force.
The Air Force.
Enlist, enlist.
He enlisted when he was 20.
Compulsory, compulsory.
Compulsory military service.
Enforce, enforce.
The law was enforced to the letter.
Forecast, forecast.
A weather forecast. Forecasting the future.
Predict, predict.
The Weather Bureau predicts that snow is falling.
Foresee, foresee.
We foresee the war to break out. Prophecy, prophecy.
The prophecy come true.
Anticipate, anticipate.
We anticipated that the enemy would cross the river.
Expectation, expectation.
It fell short of my expectations.
Overlook, overlook.
These little details are easily overlooked.
Air, air.
Give oneself air. By air. What's on the air this evening?
Live, live.
A live broadcast. Earn an honest livelihood. Broadcast, broadcast.
A broadcasting station.
Net, net.
We netted fish. Net price, net profit.
Method, method.
There is method in his madness.
Formula, formula.
Formulate.
Diagnose, diagnose.
The doctor diagnosed my illness as flu.
Prescribe, prescribe.
Do what the laws prescribe. Outline, outline.
I made an outline before trying to write a composition.
Shape, shape.
What shape will future society have?
Free, free.
He has very little free time.
Liberate, liberate.
6 months later, liberating troops arrived and threw open the prison gates.
Independence, independence.
Many countries are struggling to achieve economic independence.
Startle, startle.
I startled at the sound. Marvel, marvel.
As I listened to his words, I marveled greatly.
Baffle, baffle.
The question baffled me.
Frustrate, frustrate.
The bad weather frustrated our plan of having a game.
Supply, supply.
He supplied us with food.
Afford, afford.
Reading affords him pleasure.
Provide, provide.
The army was provided with new weapons. I will go provided you go. Furnish, furnish.
To let furnished.
Futile, futile.
A futile attempt. Futile talk.
Vanity, vanity.
Vanity of vanities. All is vanity.
Empty, empty.
A word empty of meaning.
Vacant, vacant.
A vacant smile.
Vacuum, vacuum.
Vacuum cleaner.
Vain, vain.
He has not died in vain.
Nonsense, nonsense.
Stop your nonsense. Assemble, assemble.
She assembled the data for her homework.
Rally, rally.
A political rally.
Collect, collect.
Essays collected under the title of Umbrella. Collective ownership.
Accumulate, accumulate.
Accumulate a large fortune.
Gather, gather.
A crowd gathered to see what had happened.
Congregate, congregate.
The crowds congregated in the town square. Compile, compile.
Compile an encyclopedia.
Award, award.
The Authors League awarded him the prize, the highest award.
Confer, confer.
The lawyers are still conferring on this matter.
Bestow, bestow.
He bestowed many favors upon us.
Power, power.
Power politics.
Majesty, majesty.
The majesty of the law. The procession was majestic. Noble, noble.
A man of noble character. Noble metals.
Grand, grand.
A grand spectacle.
Stately, stately.
A stately old lady.
Royal, royal.
A royal family. A royal power. Appetite, appetite.
A good appetite is a good sauce.
Greed, greed.
Greed for money, you greedy pig.
Avarice, avarice.
Avaricious.
Hatred, hatred.
Dislike easily rises into hatred.
Detest, detest.
I detest people who deceive and tell lies.
Altitude, altitude.
It is difficult to breathe at high altitudes.
Barometer, barometer. Stature, stature.
He is short of stature. Elevate, elevate.
An elevated position.
Lift, lift.
The mountain lifts its peaks skyward.
Enhance, enhance.
Enhance the royal power.
Conceal, conceal.
Conceal the truth.
Lurk, lurk.
Some suspicion still lurked in his mind.
Cloak, cloak.
His friendly behavior was a cloak for his evil intentions.
Surround, surround.
The prison is surrounded by a high wall. The surrounding country. Wrap, wrap.
I wrap the book up in paper.
Envelope, envelope.
The building was enveloped in flames.
Encircle, encircle.
A lake encircled by the pine grove.
Enclose, enclose.
Enclosure.
Bury, bury.
They were buried alive.
Secret, secret.
The secret of happy.
Private, private.
Private law.
Rent, rent.
A house for rent. Hire, hire.
The labored is worthy of his hire.
Employ, employ.
Time must be employed wisely. Full employment.
Loan, loan.
Public loan.
Cave, cave.
In old times, people lived in caves.
Hollow, hollow.
A hollow can.
Divine, divine.
To err is human, to forgive divine. The Divine Comedy.
Worship, worship.
They joined in worship together. Ritual, ritual. Superstition, superstition.
It's a common superstition that black cats are unlucky.
Theology, theology.
Theologian.
Holy, holy.
A holy war.
Heretic, heretic.
Heresy.
Heaven, heaven.
For heaven's sake.
Mission, mission.
carry out one's mission.
Sacred, sacred.
Sacred music, sacred writings.
Creed, creed.
Religious creed. Profane, profane.
Profane art, profane acts.
Integrity, integrity.
Territorial integrity.
Sincere, sincere.
A sincere friend.
Respect, respect.
This is inferior to the other in all respects. A respectable price.
Respective, respective.
They took their respective seats.
Esteem, esteem.
No one can esteem your father more than I do. Reverence, reverence.
The king was held in great reverence.
Idle, idle.
An idle fellow.
Indolent, indolent.
An indolent worker.
Untidy, untidy.
An untidy room.
Lazy, lazy.
A lazy person.
Industry, industry.
Industrial unrest. An industrious wife.
Diligent, diligent.
He's a diligent worker and should do well on the job. Negligence, negligence.
The accident was caused by the negligence of the driver. Negligence of one's duties.
Navigation, navigation.
He studied aerial navigation, ocean navigation, navigate the air.
Naval, naval.
A naval academy, a naval port.
Submarine, submarine.
Submarine volcano, an atomic submarine.
Channel, channel.
The English Channel, on Channel 6.
Shipwreck, shipwreck.
Shipboard, shipbuilding. Shore, shore.
We walked along the shore.
Aboard, aboard.
All aboard!
Abound, abound.
Fish abound in this lake.
Ample, ample.
The house has an ample yard.
Enrich, enrich.
Reading enriches the mind.
Above, above.
Children of 6 and above.
Beyond, beyond.
Beyond the bridge, the life beyond. Abreast, abreast.
Keep abreast with the times.
Abrupt, abrupt.
An abrupt descent.
Imminent, imminent.
A storm is imminent.
Sudden, sudden.
A sudden incident.
Impatient, impatient.
He is impatient to see his parents.
Steep, steep.
A steep price.
Absence, absence.
Absence of mind.
Absorb, absorb.
He was absorbed in the book. Preoccupy, preoccupy.
The park bench had been preoccupied.
Abstain, abstain.
Abstain from beer and wine.
Refrain, refrain.
I cannot refrain from laughing.
Temperate, temperate.
Temperate behavior, a temperate climate.
Forbear, forbear.
He deserved to be punished several times, but I forbone from doing so. Accelerate, accelerate.
The driver accelerated his car.
Velocity, velocity.
Accelerated velocity.
Pace, pace.
Science progresses at a rapid pace. Go the pace.
Tempo, tempo.
The past tempo of city life.
Hasten, hasten.
Haste makes waste.
Greet, greet.
She greeted me by shouting, "Good morning." Salute, salute.
Salute a flag.
Sneak, sneak.
Sneak around to the back door.
Access, access.
accessible.
Near, near.
He got nervous as the day neared.
Approach, approach.
On the approach of death. Vicinity, vicinity.
In the vicinity of Seoul.
Approximate, approximate.
Approximate count.
Creep, creep.
The cat crept silently toward the mouse.
Adequate, adequate.
An adequate person for the job.
Sufficient, sufficient.
$30 should be sufficient for a new pair of shoes.
Applicable, applicable.
This rule is not applicable to foreigners.
Admire, admire.
I admire him for his honesty. Adore, adore.
An adoring look.
Exalt, exalt.
Exultation.
Applause, applause.
Amidst a storm of applause.
Advance, advance.
Napoleon's army advanced on Moscow.
Promote, promote.
The self-interest promotes the disorder.
Boost, boost.
Boost one's spirits. Proceed, proceed.
This problem proceeded from ignorance.
Advantage, advantage.
It is of great advantage to me.
Benefit, benefit.
It is of great benefit to everyone.
Incident, incident.
This is only a casual incident.
Event, event.
An eventful year.
Phenomenon, phenomenon.
Psychological phenomena.
Affair, affair.
Foreign affairs. Mind your own affairs. Occur, occur.
The accident occurred at midnight.
Aggravate, aggravate.
The lack of rain aggravated the already serious lack of food.
Provoke, provoke.
The dog is very dangerous when provoked.
Displease, displease.
I was displeased at her remarks.
Tease, tease.
They teased me because I was fat.
Torture, torture.
Torture a prisoner. The tortures of jealousy. Vex, vex. Irritate, irritate.
Very intense sunlight irritated my eyes.
Exasperate, exasperate.
Exasperation.
Integrate, integrate.
Social integration.
Utter, utter.
An utter stranger. Utter darkness.
Violate, violate.
Violation.
Breach, breach.
A breach of contract.
Incite, incite.
Interest is an incitement to study. Uplift, uplift.
Uplifting words.
Arouse, arouse.
Arouse faculties.
Intoxicate, intoxicate.
Driving while intoxicated. He was intoxicated with the wine of victory.
Rouse, rouse.
A boat whistle roused me.
Stimulate, stimulate.
Light stimulates the optic nerve.
Stir, stir.
He stirred sugar into his coffee.
Assist, assist.
She assisted me in my work. Remedy, remedy.
Knowledge is the best remedy for superstition.
Aid, aid.
State aid, first aid.
Innovation, innovation.
Technical innovation.
Reform, reform.
The committee decided to reform the system of education.
Aim, aim.
He aimed the gun carefully. Without aim.
End, end.
The end of the world. The end justifies the means. Purpose, purpose.
He went to France for the purpose of painting.
Target, target.
The target of jokes.
Intend, intend.
What do you intend to do today?
landmark, landmark.
A landmark in history.
Epic, epic.
Epic-making idea.
Symbol, symbol.
A horseshoe is a symbol of good luck. Miracle, miracle.
An economic miracle.
Omen, omen.
An ill omen.
Akin, akin.
Pity is akin to love.
Alike, alike.
She treats all her children alike.
Resemble, resemble.
She resembles her sister in appearance, but not in character.
Analogy, analogy.
Analogous.
Similar, similar.
My opinions are similar to his.
Connect, connect.
Connected events. Context, context.
You should tell the meaning of this word from its context.
Relate, relate.
I notice nothing except what relates to myself.
Relative, relative.
He is living in relative comfort.
Intercourse, intercourse.
We have no diplomatic intercourse with that country.
Associate, associate.
An associated bank. The Associated Press.
Variety, variety.
Various. Diverse, diverse.
Two widely diverse cultures.
Diversify, diversify.
A diversity of methods.
Vary, vary.
Opinions on this matter vary.
Variable, variable.
Her mood is variable.
Substitute, substitute.
He substituted a can for an ashtray.
Replace, replace.
I replaced a worn tire with a new one.
Transfer, transfer.
Commute, commute.
Commute iron into gold.
Transform, transform.
A caterpillar is transformed into a butterfly.
Translate, translate. Interpret, interpret.
I'll interpret your silence as consent.
Render, render.
Pennilessness renders me helpless.
Protest, protest.
They refused to buy the company's goods in protest against the way it treated its workers. Disobey, disobey.
A disobedient child.
State, state.
In state.
Object, object.
An object of hatred.
Previous, previous.
A previous engagement. Previous examination.
Precede, precede.
Work takes precedence over play.
Stock, stock.
Goods in stock. Preliminary, preliminary.
A preliminary negotiation.
Allowance, allowance.
Retirement allowance.
Permit, permit.
Smoking is not permitted indoors with your permission.
Concede, concede.
I conceded that he was right.
Recognize, recognize.
He could recognize his old friend.
Grant, grant.
I granted that he was right. We had taken for granted that he would help us. License, license.
A driver's license.
Qualify, qualify.
He obtained a qualification to practice medicine.
Entitle, entitle.
If you fail once more, you are not entitled to try again.
Aloof, aloof.
He kept himself aloof from the others. Apart, apart.
He has lived apart from his wife.
Indifferent, indifferent.
She is indifferent to me.
Chilly, chilly.
It grew chilly when the fire went out.
Icy, icy.
She gave me an icy look.
Glacier, glacier.
2/3 of the continent was covered in ice during glacial periods.
Distant, distant.
Distant past. A distant air.
Far away, far away.
A faraway place. A faraway look in one's eyes. remote, remote.
A remote place, remote control, a remote relative,
Ultimate, ultimate.
ultimate principles,
Basic, basic.
a basic wage, basic principles.
In here, in here.
He has an inherent eye of beauty,
Innate, innate.
an innate gift,
Native, native.
a native of London, native beautiful,
Spring, spring.
hot springs, origin, origin,
The origin of civilization. An original idea.
source, source,
This information came from a reliable source.
substance, substance,
Salt is a useful substance.
essence, essence,
The essence of his religious teaching is love for all men.
instinct, instinct,
All living things have an instinctive dread of death.
intrinsic, intrinsic,
The intrinsic value of the gem. Radical, radical. Fundamental, fundamental.
the new government has promised to make fundamental changes,
Thorough, thorough.
a thorough search,
Absolute, absolute.
there is no absolute to standard for beauty,
Positive, positive.
a positive proof,
Negative, negative.
a negative answer to my request, negative virtue,
Profound, profound.
profundity, drastic, drastic,
Drastic changes.
fierce, fierce,
That dog is very fierce. Fierce envy.
intense, intense,
Intensive reading of a few books is better than careless reading of many.
serious, serious,
A serious expression on her face.
sober, sober,
Was he drunk or sober at the time of the accident?
furious, furious,
He is furious with anger. Violence, violence.
crimes of violence, a violent noise,
Wrath, wrath.
the wrath of God.
Severe, severe.
Don't be too severe on him.
Stern, stern.
Stern resolve, stern reality,
Exact, exact.
give me his exact words,
Strict, strict.
strict orders,
Correct, correct.
a correct answer, correct the errors,
Literal, literal.
a literal translation, accurate, accurate,
Give me an accurate report of what happened.
punctual, punctual,
He is always punctual to the minute.
precise, precise,
A precise voice. Precise calculation.
fallacy, fallacy,
A statement based on fallacy.
rough, rough,
Rough weather. Rough manners.
rugged, rugged,
Rugged hills.
harsh, harsh,
He was so harsh to the poor old lady. Harsh to the ear. Rude, rude.
It was very rude of her to leave without telling us.
Barbarian, barbarian.
Only a barbarian would not like the work of such a great writer.
Impolite, impolite.
It is impolite to interrupt the speaker.
Insolent, insolent.
What an insolent fellow you are!
Arrogant, arrogant.
An arrogant official.
Imperious, imperious.
An imperious manner. Haughty, haughty,
You must not carry a haughty air.
lofty, lofty,
He had a lofty contempt for others.
insult, insult,
He insulted me by calling me a pig.
despise, despise,
I hate and despise that kind of cruel behavior.
Disdain, disdain.
Disdainful.
Ignore, ignore.
True science teaches us to doubt and to free ourselves from ignorance.
Illiterate, illiterate.
About half the population is still illiterate. Disregard, disregard.
Disregard an order.
Scorn, scorn.
A scornful treatment.
Contempt, contempt.
Contempt of court.
Despite, despite.
He came to the meeting despite his illness.
Ridicule, ridicule.
Don't hold him up to ridicule.
Sneer, sneer.
Don't sneer at their religion.
Scoff, scoff.
He was the scoff of the world.
Mock, mock.
A mock trial. Allowed, allowed.
Read aloud.
Loud, loud.
Loud music, loud wallpaper.
Noisy, noisy.
This office is very noisy.
Whole, whole.
The whole of the morning was wasted. As a whole, on the whole.
Throughout, throughout.
Throughout one's whole life.
Amend, amend.
She amended her way of living.
Modify, modify.
Modified capitalism.
Revise, revise.
Revised edition. Repair, repair.
Beyond repair. He repaired his health.
Cure, cure.
Cure a bad habit.
Heal, heal.
The wound is not yet healed.
Machinery, machinery.
Nowadays, most farm work is done by machinery.
Mechanic, mechanic.
A car mechanic.
Fix, fix.
Let's fix a time for the meeting. I get into a fix.
Restore, restore.
He restored the purse to its owner. Resume, resume.
We'll stop now and resume working at 2 o'clock.
Compensate, compensate.
Without compensation.
Recover, recover.
He recovered consciousness soon after the accident.
Refresh, refresh.
He refreshed himself with a short nap.
Regain, regain.
Lost wealth can be regained by industry and economy. Revive, revive.
Hope revived in me.
Amid, amid.
He worked amid books.
Mist, mist.
In the midst of. First, midst, and last.
Animate, animate.
Laughter animated his face for a moment.
Inspire, inspire.
Poets often draw inspiration from nature.
Breathe, breathe.
As long as one breathes, breathe one's last. Encourage, encourage.
I was encouraged by his success.
Spur, spur.
He needs the spur.
Impulse, impulse.
Many people are guided by impulse rather than reason.
Incentive, incentive.
Incentive wage system. Stress, stress.
Under stress of poverty, the stress of city life.
Tense, tense.
A tense moment.
Emphasis, emphasis.
The dictionary puts an emphasis on examples.
Urge, urge. Persecute, persecute.
The persecuted race.
Oppress, oppress.
They have struggled against oppression. The oppressed.
Bump, bump.
The car bumped the tree. Impact, impact.
The impact of the two cars.
Collide, collide.
Many people were hurt when the two buses collided.
Crash, crash. Crush, crush.
My hopes were crushed.
Fragment, fragment.
She dropped the bowl on the floor and it broke into fragments.
Smash, smash.
A smash that sent his opponent to the floor.
Flake, flake.
A flake of stone.
Fraction, fraction.
A fraction of a second. Segment, segment.
A segment of an apple.
Partial, partial.
An umpire shouldn't be partial to any of teams.
Fracture, fracture.
He fractured his wrist.
Slice, slice.
A slice of bread.
Chisel, chisel.
She chiseled stone the figure of a lion.
Engrave, engrave.
The terrible memory was engraved on my mind.
Carve, carve.
He carved his name on a tree. Scrap, scrap.
A scrap of paper.
Sculpture, sculpture.
There are some important sculptures in this church.
Statue, statue.
Statue of Liberty.
Inscribe, inscribe.
Inscribe a stone with one's name.
Answer, answer.
I will answer for her.
Reply, reply.
No reply is best.
React, react.
They reacted against this system, the forces of reaction. Backward, backward.
A backward country, a backward spring.
Invert, invert.
She caught the insect by inverting her cup over it.
Antique, antique.
From immemorial antiquity.
Immemorial, immemorial.
Humanity have fought wars since time immemorial.
Appliance, appliance.
A safety appliance, a household appliance.
Tackle, tackle.
Fishing tackle.
Utensil, utensil.
Cooking utensils.
Apparatus, apparatus.
A surgical apparatus. Outfit, outfit.
An outfit for a camping trip.
Implement, implement.
The committee's resolution will be implemented immediately.
Instrument, instrument.
Literature is one of the most powerful instruments for forming character.
Lever, lever.
Mind is the great lever of all things.
Scale, scale.
A spring scale, on a small scale.
Measure, measure.
A clock measures time. Dimension, dimension.
Length is one dimension and width is another.
Geometry, geometry.
Space geometry.
Radius, radius.
One's radius of action.
Magnitude, magnitude.
An event of great magnitude.
Significance, significance.
With a look of deep significance.
Size, size.
Of natural size.
Court, court.
Contempt of court.
Judge, judge.
Judge whether he's right or wrong. Skim, skim.
He skimmed a newspaper.
Assess, assess.
Assess a tax on an income.
Appreciate, appreciate.
Appreciation, appreciative.
Bill, bill.
Bill of sale.
Receipt, receipt.
Ask her to give you a receipt when you pay the bill.
Arithmetic, arithmetic.
Mental arithmetic. My arithmetic is poor.
Calculate, calculate.
Have you calculated the result? Reckon, reckon.
I reckoned him learned.
Regard, regard.
I hold her in high regard.
Speculate, speculate.
We can only speculate about what will happen next. Speculate in property.
Picture, picture.
He is the picture of passion.
Conceive, conceive.
I cannot conceive such an accident.
Assume, assume.
Assume office. A mere assumption. Presume, presume.
Presumption, presumably.
Resource, resource.
Education is Korea's most important resource.
Diplomacy, diplomacy.
Bipartisan diplomacy.
Precaution, precaution.
We must take all the precautions against fire.
Procedure, procedure.
Legal procedure.
Process, process.
In process of time. A chemical process.
Apply, apply.
An applicant for a position. Quest, quest.
The long quest for a cure for the disease.
Research, research.
Intensive research.
Monitor, monitor. Scrutinize, scrutinize.
The teacher gave my homework a scrutiny.
Search, search.
Searchlight.
Explore, explore.
Explore the Arctic regions.
Expedition, expedition.
An expedition to photograph wild animals in Africa. Inquire, inquire.
We will inquire more deeply into the matter.
Inspect, inspect.
The dentist inspected my teeth.
Investigate, investigate.
The police investigated the cause of this accident.
Review, review.
The airport authorities have promised to review their security arrangements.
Survey, survey.
Has the house been surveyed?
Contrive, contrive.
Contrive a robbery. Device, device.
Devise.
Hatch, hatch.
Hatchback.
Invent, invent.
Alexander Graham Bell invented the telephone.
Scheme, scheme.
A scheme of education. A scheme of political reform.
Design, design.
By design.
System, system.
The solar system. The monetary system.
Construct, construct.
Under construction. Structure, structure.
The structure of the brain.
Project, project.
The management projected an increase of buildings.
Vital, vital.
Vital force.
Vivid, vivid.
Vivid in one's memory.
Ardent, ardent.
Ardent eyes.
Fiery, fiery.
A fiery temper.
Vehement, vehement.
A vehement denial.
Zeal, zeal.
Zealous.
Intensify, intensify.
Intensify one's efforts. Increase, increase.
Crime is on the increase.
Multiply, multiply.
2 multiplied by 3 is 6.
Hawk, hawk. Male, male.
A male screw.
Female, female.
Feminine beauty. Potent, potent.
Potent drinks.
Sound, sound.
A sound mind in a sound body.
Healthy, healthy.
Healthy country air.
Robust, robust.
A robust baby. A robust company.
Wholesome, wholesome.
Read wholesome books.
Sane, sane.
No sane man would do such a thing.
Dove, dove.
My dove. Region, region.
A forest region. The region of the heart.
Area, area.
The metropolitan area.
Countryside, countryside.
A quiet village by the countryside.
Suburb, suburb.
I live in the suburbs of Seoul.
District, district.
A police district. An electoral district.
Neighbor, neighbor.
Good fences make good neighbors.
Province, province.
The provinces.
Realm, realm.
the realm of science, the realm of commerce. Scope, scope.
This subject was outside the scope of their inquiry.
Globe, globe.
A global problem.
Orbit, orbit.
The Earth's orbit round the sun.
Satellite, satellite.
Satellite cities.
Cosmopolitan, cosmopolitan.
New York is a cosmopolitan city.
International, international.
An international conference.
Frontier, frontier.
The hardships of frontier life.
Migrate, migrate.
Most birds migrate to warmer regions in winter. Immigrate, immigrate.
Immigrant.
Emigrate, emigrate.
They emigrated to America in the 1960s to find a new site of life.
Degree, degree.
In some degree, by degrees.
Extent, extent.
To some extent, to full extent. Limit, limit.
There's a limit to a man's ability. Situation, situation.
Situations wanted.
Phase, phase.
The political world entered upon a new phase.
Range, range.
A wide range of choice.
Territory, territory.
We traveled through unknown territory.
Local, local.
A local paper.
Rural, rural.
Rural life. Rural scenes.
Tenant, tenant.
A tenant farmer.
Cottage, cottage.
Cottage industry. Medieval, medieval.
Medieval history, medieval culture.
Duke, duke.
Dukedom, duchess.
Feudal, feudal.
The feudal times.
Fortify, fortify.
A fortified city. Fort Apache.
Urban, urban.
Urban life.
Metropolis, metropolis.
Seoul is a busy, active metropolis.
Municipal, municipal.
The municipal council.
Governor, governor.
The governor of California. Position, position.
He is placed in an awkward position.
Locate, locate.
Location,
Latitude, latitude.
38 degrees north latitude.
Horizon, horizon.
Travel broadens one's horizons. View, view.
A view of life.
Vision, vision.
Field of vision.
Insight, insight.
A poet must have the power of insight.
Version, version.
Give one's version.
Intuition, intuition.
Intuitive.
Outlook, outlook.
A narrow outlook. A window with an outlook on the sea.
Standpoint, standpoint.
From an educational standpoint. Notion, notion.
An abstract notion.
Conception, conception.
Conception control.
Foresight, foresight.
He is a man of foresight.
Providence, providence.
We believe in divine providence.
Perspective, perspective.
You must see things in perspective.
Spectacle, spectacle.
A moving spectacle. A man in spectacles.
Prospect, prospect.
The house has a fine prospect. Scene, scene.
Act 1, Scene 3. The scene of the crime.
Locality, locality.
The locality of a murder.
Site, site.
A house sited to catch the sunshine.
Arise, arise.
Accidents arise out of carelessness.
Befall, befall.
What befell you?
Result, result.
Sickness often results from a weak mind.
Generate, generate.
Where there is money, tragedy is generated. Generation gap. Emerge. Emerge.
It emerged that the driver of the car had been drunk. An emergency exit.
Display. Display.
I must display goods in the store window.
Exhibit. Exhibit.
Do not touch the exhibits.
Haunt. Haunt.
I was haunted by his last words.
Imply. Imply.
Are you implying that I am not telling the truth?
Represent. Represent.
This picture represents Nelson dying at Trafalgar. Reveal. Reveal.
Do you promise not to reveal my secret?
Unfold. Unfold.
Unfold a map.
Disclose. Disclose.
He disclosed that he had been in prison.
Expose. Expose.
He died of exposure.
Infer. Infer.
Your silence infers consent.
Deprive. Deprive.
I always deprive knowledge from conversation.
Deduce. Deduce.
I deduced from his remark that he didn't agree with me. Indicate. Indicate.
A signpost indicates the right road for us to follow.
Designate. Designate.
On this map, red lines designate main roads.
Score. Score.
2 score of eggs.
Register. Register.
The thermometer registered 2 below 0.
Enroll. Enroll.
Enroll one's name in the book fame.
Refer. Refer.
Refer to the Bible. Repeat. Repeat.
I repeated the word for emphasis.
Mention. Mention.
Don't mention it.
Recite. Recite.
I like reciting poetry.
Dialogue. Dialogue.
A short dialogue between her and me.
Converse. Converse.
The converse is true.
Colloquial. Colloquial.
He is skilled in colloquial English.
Slang. Slang.
Army slang.
Point. Point.
I pointed out his error. Recommend. Recommend.
I recommended the young man to our firm.
Nominate. Nominate.
I wish to nominate him for president.
Appoint. Appoint.
At the appointed date.
Aristocracy. Aristocracy.
He is considered the aristocracy.
Privilege. Privilege.
The privilege of equality. The privilege of private property.
Responsibility. Responsibility.
I take responsibility for losing the money. Duty. Duty.
Customs duties. A sense of duty. On duty.
Liability. Liability.
Liability to pay taxes.
Owe. Owe.
He owes his success to good luck.
Due. Due.
Indebted. Indebted.
I am indebted to you for your help.
Spontaneous. Spontaneous.
A spontaneous cheer from the crowd.
Voluntary. Voluntary.
A voluntary army.
Arm. Arm.
Arm in arm.
Arms. Arms.
A farewell to arms. Bear arms.
Army. Army.
Leave the army. An army of ants.
Strategic. Strategic.
Strategic weapons. A strategic point.
Armament. Armament.
The reduction of armaments. Military. Military.
Military academy. Military draft.
Might. Might.
Might makes right.
Sovereign. Sovereign.
Sovereign power must lie with the people. The sovereign good.
Govern. Govern.
Government offices. A government school.
Reign. Reign.
The king reigns but does not rule.
Lord. Lord.
Man is the lord of creation.
Warden. Warden.
The warden of an old people's home. oversee, oversee.
To oversee the work.
Cell, cell.
Cells of the brain.
Organ, organ.
A mouth organ. A sense organ.
Biological, biological.
Biological warfare.
Joint, joint.
A joint committee.
Palm, palm.
Read one's palm.
Wrist, wrist.
A wristwatch.
Elbow, elbow.
At a person's elbow.
Soul, soul.
The sole right of use. The sole survivor. Eyebrow. Eyebrow.
Raise one's eyebrows.
Toe. Toe.
From top to toe.
Thumb. Thumb.
All thumbs.
Bosom. Bosom.
The wife of your bosom.
Breast. Breast.
A baby still at its mother's breast.
Chest. Chest.
A chest of jewels.
Throat. Throat.
Clear one's throat.
Sneeze. Sneeze.
He is not to be sneezed at.
Muscle. Muscle.
His muscles were tight.
Bone. Bone.
My old bones ache. Skeleton, skeleton.
He has been reduced to a skeleton.
Blood, blood.
Blood type. Blood is thicker than water.
Flesh, flesh.
Tigers are flesh-eating animals. His life was devoted to the pleasures of the flesh.
Nerve, nerve.
He is quite nervous about the results.
Pulse, pulse.
The doctor began to measure my pulse rate per minute.
Lung, lung.
Lung cancer. Beard. Beard.
Not all men have beards.
Wrinkle. Wrinkle.
Iron out wrinkles.
Curl. Curl.
Smoke curled out of the chimney.
Faint. Faint.
I saw a faint light.
Slender. Slender.
A slender girl. A slender earnings.
Slim. Slim.
You've slimmed down such a lot.
Scratch. Scratch.
Be careful of the cat. It'll scratch you.
Sweat. Sweat.
He was sweated at his job. Gasp, gasp.
To the last gasp.
Choke, choke.
He was choked with smoke.
Suffocate, suffocate.
The heat suffocates me.
Smother, smother.
He was smothered to death.
Stifle, stifle.
A stifling hot day.
Blink, blink.
She blinked at my mistake.
Shudder, shudder.
I shuddered at the sight of the dead body.
Throb, throb.
My heart was throbbing with excitement. Vibrate, vibrate.
Vibration.
Quiver, quiver.
I quivered with fear.
Shiver, shiver.
I am shivering all over.
Symptom, symptom.
A symptomatic treatment.
Fever, fever.
He has a high fever.
Cancer, cancer.
Lung cancer. Cancer of the stomach.
Plague, plague.
A plague on it.
Cripple, cripple.
War cripples. A mental cripple. Limp, limp.
Walk with a limp.
Bruise, bruise.
She fell and bruised her knee.
Numb, numb.
My fingers are numb with cold.
Paralyze, paralyze.
Her legs were paralyzed.
Sting, sting.
His conscience stung him.
Bleed, bleed.
He bled for democracy.
Funeral, funeral.
A funeral procession. A funeral service.
Coffin, coffin.
In one's coffin. Cemetery, cemetery.
Sleep in the cemetery.
Tomb, tomb.
The tomb.
grave, grave.
On this side the grave.
Surgeon, surgeon.
Surgery.
Recur, recur.
If the pain recurs, take this medicine.
Incurable, incurable.
An incurable disease.
Nutrition, nutrition.
Insufficient nutrition.
Thermometer, thermometer.
A clinical thermometer.
Hospitalize, hospitalize.
He was hospitalized for a month. Sanitary, sanitary.
It's not very sanitary to let flies come near food.
Hygiene, hygiene.
He studies mental hygiene.
Clinic, clinic.
The clinic is near the station. A speech clinic.
Medical, medical.
A medical examination.
Pill, pill.
Powder medicine. Liquid medicine.
Tablet, tablet.
A memorial tablet.
Glimpse, glimpse.
Catch a glimpse of. Glance, glance.
I glanced round the room before I left.
Gaze, gaze.
He gazed after the ship regretfully.
Peer, peer.
She peered down a well.
Stare, stare.
He sat staring into space, thinking.
Sight, sight.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Behold, behold.
Beholder.
Audience, audience.
The audible limit. Deaf, deaf.
Deaf aid.
Mute, mute.
Mutely.
Dumb, dumb.
The terrible news struck us all dumb.
Click, click.
The door clicked shut.
Slam, slam.
Please, don't slam the door.
Slap, slap.
She slapped him on the cheek.
Snap, snap. Whistle, whistle.
He whistled to me from the other side of the street.
Edible, edible.
Edibles and drinkables. Scent, scent.
The scent of roses.
Perfume, perfume.
A delicious perfume.
Odor, odor.
The odor of fresh grass.
Fragrance, fragrance.
This soap is made in several fragrances.
Spice, spice.
I don't like spicy food.
Smell, smell.
He smelled out a mystery.
Flavor, flavor.
It is a book with the flavor of the sea.
Savor, savor.
She drank the wine, savoring every drop. Flock, flock.
Birds of a feather flock together.
Beast, beast.
Wild beast, a beast of burden.
Bull, bull.
Cow, ox.
Calf, calf.
Calf love. Lamb, lamb.
Behave like a lamb.
Salmon, salmon.
Canned salmon.
Goat, goat.
Act the goat.
Paw, paw.
The puppy pawed at the door.
Pigeon, pigeon.
A carrier pigeon.
Goose, goose.
All his geese are swans.
Cage, cage.
A caged bird.
Buzz, buzz.
The crowd buzzed with excitement.
Flutter, flutter.
The dead leaves were fluttering. Feather, feather.
Fine feathers make fine birds.
Worm, worm.
Even a worm will turn.
Insect, insect.
Insecticide.
Germ, germ.
A germ carrier.
Tame, tame.
A tame animal.
Meek, meek.
A meek-eyed cow.
Domestic, domestic.
Domestic relations court. Domestic science.
Indoor, indoor.
Indoor sports. Stay indoors.
Inland, inland.
Inland trade. internal, internal.
Internal damage.
Nourish, nourish.
Good books nourish people's mind.
Cultivate, cultivate.
Cultivate the soil. Cultivate a love of art.
Culture, culture.
Cultural studies. Cultural goods.
Educate, educate.
He was educated at a very good school.
Nurse, nurse.
She nursed him back to health. A nursery tale. A nursery song. Breed, breed.
Ignorance breeds prejudice.
Glide, glide.
The years glided by.
Soar, soar.
Soaring hopes, soaring prices.
Meadow, meadow.
They raised many cows and sheep in the meadow.
Plant, plant.
A printing plant.
Seed, seed.
She planted the seeds of mistrust among them.
Moss, moss.
A rolling stone gathers no moss. Lawn, lawn.
A lawnmower.
Stem, stem.
His failure stemmed from his indolence.
Branch, branch.
A branch of a tree.
Blossom, blossom.
A blossoming friendship.
Bud, bud.
The plant will come into bud in spring.
Sprout, sprout.
Leaves beginning to sprout.
Vein, vein.
A romantic vein.
Leaf, leaf.
Turn over a new leaf. Weed, weed.
The garden is full of weeds.
Flourish, flourish.
Very few plants will flourish without sunlight.
Foliage, foliage.
Most trees lose their foliage in winter.
Mature, mature.
Experience has matured him.
Ripe, ripe.
A field of ripe corn, ripe wisdom, a girl ripe for marriage.
Fellowship, fellowship.
Fellowship in pain.
Conspire, conspire.
The gangsters conspired to rob a bank. Collaborate, collaborate.
They collaborated on the novel.
Compatible, compatible.
Do you think that religion is compatible with science?
Cooperate, cooperate.
Cooperation, cooperative. Community, community.
A college community. Corporate, corporate.
Corporate responsibility.
Mutual, mutual.
A mutual defense pact.
Society, society.
I am embarrassed in society. A medical society. Folk, folk.
Folk art.
Lad, lad.
He's just a lad.
Maid, maid.
A maiden work. Old maid.
Youth, youth.
In the youth of civilization.
Juvenile, juvenile.
A juvenile court. Juvenile literature.
Orphan, orphan.
The boy was orphaned by war.
Pal, pal.
A pen pal.
Beloved, beloved.
Beloved by all one's friends. Senior, senior.
A senior judge. He is senior to me.
Predecessor, predecessor.
Our new teacher is much younger than his predecessor.
Bride, bride.
The bride wore a beautiful white dress.
Bachelor, bachelor.
A bachelor of science.
Diploma, diploma.
He has a diploma in engineering.
Graduate, graduate.
He graduated from Oxford, a graduate school. Identify, identify.
He identified himself with one of the characters. Identification card.
Feature, feature.
Her eyes are her best feature.
Heed, heed.
You didn't heed my warning.
Attention, attention.
Attention!
Notice, notice.
She was wearing a new dress, but he didn't even notice.
Indecision, indecision.
His indecision caused him to lose his love. Stubborn, stubborn.
Facts are stubborn things.
Rigid, rigid.
She was rigid with fear.
Naughty, naughty.
A naughty boy. It is naughty of you to do such a thing.
Authority, authority.
The authority of a court. The Army investigation authorities.
Authorize, authorize.
He authorized me to act for him while he was away.
Official, official.
The news is not official. An official letter. Chairman, chairman.
Chairmanship.
Kingdom, kingdom.
Mineral kingdom.
Throne, throne.
She was only 15 when she came to the throne.
Tyrannize, tyrannize.
Tyranny, tyrant.
Despot, despot.
Despotism.
Emperor, emperor.
The Roman Empire.
Monarch, monarch.
The lion is the monarch of all beasts.
Republic, republic.
A constitutional republic. A socialist republic. Federal, federal.
The federal government.
Ambassador, ambassador.
Be appointed ambassador to France.
Senate, senate.
The Senate.
Vote, vote.
Spoiled vote. Secret vote.
Poll, poll.
He was elected at the head of the poll.
Ballot, ballot.
Cast a ballot. Ballot box paper.
Candidate, candidate.
A candidate for president.
Slavery, slavery.
The prisoner were sold into slavery. Bondage, bondage.
Of human bondage.
Bond, bond.
A strong bond of affection.
Tie, tie.
Family ties.
Code, code.
A message written in code.
Beckon, beckon.
She beckoned me to follow her.
Patrol, patrol.
We're on patrol.
Witness, witness.
Did anybody witness the accident?
Testimony, testimony.
His smile is testimony of his joy.
Client, client.
A client state. Patron, patron.
The patron of the arts.
Rob, rob.
He robbed me of my money.
Burglar, burglar.
A burglar alarm.
Pirate, pirate.
A pirated edition.
Rebel, rebel.
They rebelled against the government. Fine, fine.
A parking fine.
Jail, jail.
Break jail.
Imprison, imprison.
Imprisonment.
Whip, whip.
He wants the whip.
Troop, troop.
Regular troops.
Banner, banner.
Fight under the banner of freedom.
Morale, morale.
The morale of an army.
Nuclear, nuclear.
A nuclear family. Nuclear submarine.
Atom, atom.
An atomic power plant. Gun, gun.
Shotgun.
Shoot, shoot.
Buds shoot forth.
Fire, fire.
The guns were firing all night.
Bullet, bullet.
A bulletproof garment stops bullets from passing through it.
Artillery, artillery.
Artilleryman.
Cannon, cannon.
In this castle there are cannons from the 15th century.
Bomb, bomb.
A time bomb.
Bombard, bombard.
The warship bombarded the port. Sword, sword.
Sword dance.
Corps, corps.
A medical corps. The diplomatic corps.
Tactics, tactics.
Guerrilla tactics.
Triumph, triumph.
In the end, righteousness will triumph.
Exult, exult.
They exulted at their victory.
Soul, soul.
Brevity is the soul of wit.
Devil, devil.
Talk of the devil and he will appear.
Demon, demon.
A little demon. Hymn, hymn.
National hymn.
Pilgrim, pilgrim. Priest, priest.
Priestly.
Bless, bless.
Bless the name of the God. Bless me.
Bliss, bliss.
Ignorance is bliss.
Well-being, well-being.
A sense of well-being.
Welfare, welfare.
Child welfare.
Preach, preach.
Preach the gospel. Preach down. Preach up. Sermon, sermon.
Deliver a sermon. Sermons in stones.
Supernatural, supernatural.
Supernatural powers.
Mystery, mystery.
Life is veiled in mystery.
Mythical, mythical.
A mythical animal.
Myth, myth.
The Roman myths. The mythical age. The story is a pure myth.
Spirit, spirit.
His spirit was troubled. The poor in spirit.
Mental, mental.
Mental age. Mental hospital. Ghost, ghost.
Ghost story.
Witch, witch.
Witchcraft, wizard.
Fairy, fairy.
Fairy tale.
Nightmare, nightmare.
I was troubled by nightmare last night.
Architecture, architecture.
The architecture of ancient Greece.
Castle, castle.
An Englishman's house is his castle.
Dormitory, dormitory.
Dormitory car.
Gateway, gateway.
Gatepost.
Chamber, chamber.
The audience chamber. Ceiling, ceiling.
Ceiling on prices.
Chimney, chimney.
The factory chimneys poured smoke into.
Landlady, landlady.
Landlord.
Household, household.
Household affairs.
Chore, chore.
She did chores round the house.
Kin, kin. Dwell, dwell.
I want to dwell in the country.
Pioneer, pioneer.
Pioneer a road.
Lodge, lodge.
Where are you lodging now? Inn, inn.
Stay in an inn.
Shelf, shelf.
Put the cup on the shelf.
Install, install.
Install a heating system.
Equip, equip.
Those equipped with special skills.
Robe, robe.
A judge's black robes.
Fur, fur.
A lady in furs.
Sleeve, sleeve.
A dress with long sleeves.
Line, line.
The old man's face is covered with lines.
Strip, strip.
Strip off one's clothes. A strip of land. Patch, patch.
In patches.
Pearl, pearl.
Throw pearls before swine.
Ornament, ornament.
He was an ornament to his age.
Neat, neat.
He keeps his office neat and tidy.
Lovely, lovely.
A lovely view of the mountains.
Shave, shave.
He shaved off his beard.
Wipe, wipe.
Wipe your feet.
Sweep, sweep.
Sweep up a room. Broom, broom.
A new broom. A new broom sweeps clean.
Stain, stain.
Stain one's life. Stainless steel.
Spot, spot.
Spot a friend in a crowd.
Dusty, dusty.
A dusty speech.
flour, flour.
We make flour into noodle.
Loaf, loaf.
A loaf of bread.
Crust, crust.
A crusty old man. Beverage, beverage.
We sell hot beverages.
Carrot, carrot.
Carrot and stick.
Raw, raw.
A raw hand. Raw cream.
Salty, salty. Sour, sour.
Sour green apples. The sweet and sour of life.
Acid, acid.
Acid rain.
Peel, peel.
I peeled an apple.
Mixture, mixture.
Without mixture.
Blend, blend.
This house seems to blend well with the trees. Mingle, mingle.
With mingled love and hate.
Broil, broil.
It's really broiling today.
Feast, feast.
A cheerful look makes a dish a feast.
Taste, taste.
This medicine tastes bitter.
Relish, relish.
Hunger gives relish to any food.
Recreation, recreation.
His only recreations are drinking beer.
Hobby, hobby.
My hobby is traveling.
Dessert, dessert.
We had ice cream for dessert. Dine, dine.
I'm going to dine out with her tonight.
Chew, chew.
Chew out, chewing gum.
Swallow, swallow.
He swallowed and walked into the examination room.
Lick, lick.
Lick a person's shoes.
Suck, suck.
The baby suck its thumb.
Thirst, thirst.
Running 5 miles gave him a thirst.
Starve, starve.
I am simply starving.
Famine, famine.
Parts of India have often suffered from famine. Grocery, grocery.
Grocer.
Booth, booth.
A telephone booth.
Butcher, butcher.
I bought this chicken at the new butcher.
Purchase, purchase.
A purchase report.
Procure, procure.
You will have nothing to procure from the dispute.
Obtain, obtain.
He obtained knowledge through experience.
Goods, goods.
Goods in stock.
Estate, estate.
He owns large estates in Seoul. Property, property.
Property has its obligations.
Treasure, treasure.
A treasured memory.
Worth, worth.
A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush.
Nationality, nationality.
What is your nationality? Belong, belong.
Mercies and forgiveness belong to God.
Pertain, pertain.
The documents pertain to this event.
Possess, possess.
He is possessed of a large sum of money.
Own, own.
In my own way.
Heir, heir.
Hereditary property.
Heritage, heritage.
Much of our country's cultural heritage was destroyed during the war. Legacy, legacy.
Legacies of civilization.
Fossil, fossil.
A fossil plant.
Inherit, inherit.
Inheritance tax.
Genetic, genetic.
Genetic engineering.
Evolve, evolve.
The theory of evolution.
Raise, raise.
Raise a family. Raise up an army.
Scramble, scramble.
I scrambled up the rock.
Climb, climb.
Climb into society. Escalate, escalate.
The cost of living is escalating.
Ascend, ascend.
Prices ascend. Ascend to the 18th century.
Ladder, ladder.
Climb the ladder of success.
Ancestor, ancestor.
My ancestors came from Spain.
Forefather, forefather.
One of his forefathers was an early settler in the United States.
Posterity, posterity.
Abraham and his posterity.
Offspring, offspring.
The offspring of labor. Descend, descend.
Descent, descendant.
Below, below.
His behave is below contempt.
Brand, brand.
The scene is branded on my memory.
Want, want.
Be in want of food.
Necessary, necessary.
Food is necessary for life.
Necessity, necessity.
They are in great necessity.
Integral, integral.
An integral part of the argument.
Inevitable, inevitable.
Death is inevitable. Postage, postage.
Postage free.
Cash, cash.
Can you cash this check?
Penny, penny.
Take care of the pence, and the pounds will take care of themselves.
Token, token.
A bus token.
Athlete, athlete.
An athletic meeting.
Race, race.
The white race. Racial pride.
Gym, gym.
I have gym at 11.
Rivalry, rivalry.
A rival in love. Momentum, momentum.
With one's momentum.
Propel, propel.
Propelling power.
Challenge, challenge.
A challenging to violence.
Leisure, leisure.
How do you fill your leisure?
Gamble, gamble.
To spend the night gambling.
Bet, bet.
I never bet.
Riddle, riddle.
Read a riddle.
Perform, perform.
He performed his promise. Role, role.
I played the role of Hamlet.
Document, document.
Official documents.
Pottery, pottery.
Modern pottery is usually for show and not for practical use.
Clown, clown.
Clown around.
Mimic, mimic.
Mimic tears.
Imitate, imitate.
Learn by imitation.
Twist, twist.
To make a rope by twisting threads.
Spin, spin.
My head spun. Knit, knit.
I'm knitting a pair of socks.
Sew, sew.
Sewing machine.
Stitch, stitch.
Stitch in a wound.
Weave, weave.
To weave a mat.
Cheer, cheer.
Give a cheer.
Gay, gay.
All is gay that is green.
Grin, grin.
Grin from ear to ear.
Sorrow, sorrow.
Be in deep sorrow. Misery, misery.
Miseries of mankind.
Deplore, deplore.
Deplorable.
Regret, regret.
I regret the follies of my youth.
Recede, recede.
The receding tide. Go into recess.
Retreat, retreat.
The young retreated into the house.
Refund, refund.
Refund the admission fee.
Repay, repay.
When will you repay me the money? Retort, retort.
A good retort.
Repent, repent.
The judge could see no sign of repentance in the condemned man.
Sob, sob.
A sobbing wind.
Weep, weep.
Weep oneself to sleep.
Sigh, sigh.
He sighed with relief.
Grieve, grieve.
A committee to deal with workers' grievances.
Wail, wail.
The wind wailing in the chimney.
Moan, moan.
The wounded moan ceaselessly. Mourn, mourn.
He was mourning for his misfortune.
lament, lament.
Lament the dead.
Sullen, sullen.
With a sullen brow.
Melancholy, melancholy.
A melancholy mood.
Homesick, homesick.
Homesickness.
Beauty, beauty.
Beauty is but skin deep.
Sublime, sublime.
A sublime leader of the people.
Gorgeous, gorgeous.
A gorgeous sunset.
Glorify, glorify.
A glorious day. Splendid, splendid.
A splendid sunset.
Cute, cute.
A cute child.
Goodwill, goodwill.
International goodwill.
Frown, frown.
He frowned at me for laughing at him.
Savage, savage.
A savage dog. A savage counterattack in the newspapers. A savage country. Savage tribes.
Awe, awe.
I am awed by nature.
Terrible, terrible.
What terrible weather we're having.
Thrill, thrill.
A story full of thrills. Panic, panic.
People were seized with a panic.
Monster, monster.
He is a monster of cruelty.
Yearn, yearn.
Yearn for home.
Bore, bore.
What a bore.
Moral, moral.
Man is a moral being.
Virtue, virtue.
A woman of virtue.
Goodness, goodness.
For goodness' sake.
Righteous, righteous.
A righteous man.
Evil, evil.
A social evil. Sinister, sinister.
A sinister countenance.
Jealous, jealous.
A jealous wife.
Wicked, wicked.
A wicked smile.
Selfish, selfish.
A selfish boy.
Optimism, optimism.
An optimistic view.
Pessimism, pessimism.
Pessimistic.
Innocent, innocent.
God alone knows, he said to himself, that I am innocent.
Earnest, earnest.
Life is earnest. Hearty, hearty.
A hearty greeting.
Plot, plot.
A plot against the government.
Trap, trap.
Be caught in a trap.
Snare, snare.
To snare a rabbit.
Disguise, disguise.
She disguised herself as a man. Bribe, bribe.
They bribed a witness.
Solemn, solemn.
A solemn look, a solemn hymn.
Proud, proud.
It's nothing to be proud of.
Ideology, ideology.
Ideologically, they have many differences.
Wit, wit.
Conversation full of wit.
Clue, clue.
He found a clue to the question.
Deliberate, deliberate.
A deliberate lie. A deliberate decision. Random, random.
A random choice. He spoke at random.
Awake, awake.
He was awake to the problem.
Brief, brief.
A brief life.
Concise, concise.
A concise book.
Rumor, rumor.
An idle rumor.
Gossip, gossip.
A gossip writer.
Episode, episode.
An episode in one's life.
Whisper, whisper.
Whisper against a person. Flatter, flatter.
He flattered my cooking.
Compliment, compliment.
My compliments to your parents.
Chat, chat.
They chatted over tea.
Chatter, chatter.
Who chatters to you will chatter of you.
Exclaim, exclaim.
He exclaimed that he would rather die.
Yell, yell.
He yelled out orders at everyone.
Scream, scream,
Scream with laughter. Roar, roar.
the truck roared down the hill.
Illustrate, illustrate.
Illustration, illustrative,
Consult, consult.
consulting room, a firm of consultants.
Promise, promise.
The land of promise.
Oath, oath.
Make an oath of office.
Grumble, grumble.
He's always grumbling.
Growl, growl.
The dog growled at a stranger. Howl, howl,
The fox howled all night.
mutter, mutter,
She was muttering to herself.
shout, shout,
There's no need to shout.
discontent, discontent,
Discontent is the first step in progress.
dissatisfy, dissatisfy,
He was dissatisfied with the news.
murmur, murmur,
Without a murmur.
verse, verse,
Not all verse is great poetry.
prose, prose,
Prose style, prose poem. Novel, novel.
all the great novels are concerned in one way or another with the nature of good and evil.
Biography, biography.
I was impressed to read his biography.
Index, index.
Style is an index of the mind.
Poet, poet.
A poet is born, not made.
Masterpiece, masterpiece.
He talked a lot about the masterpiece that he would soon paint. Narrate, narrate,
Shall I narrate a strange experience of mine?
quote, quote,
Quotation marks.
journal, journal,
Journalism, journalist.
article, article,
The 9th article of the Constitution.
deadline, deadline,
We finished it before the deadline.
draft, draft,
A draft of a poem.
frugal, frugal,
She leads a frugal life. Economy, economy.
an economic point of view.
Chemistry, chemistry.
Applied chemistry.
Paradox, paradox.
More haste, less speed is a paradox.
Scholar, scholar.
Scholarly, scholarship, scholastic.
Pupil, pupil. Disciple, disciple.
Paul is one of the disciples of Christ.
Discipline, discipline.
Military discipline. Semester, semester.
I'm taking French this semester.
Theme, theme.
Theme song.
Numerous, numerous.
The numerous voice of the people.
Singular, singular.
A singular phenomenon.
Linguistic, linguistic.
Great linguistic knowledge.
Verbal, verbal.
A verbal agreement.
Motto, motto.
My motto is never lose hope.
Proverb, proverb.
Don't put all your eggs in one basket is a proverb. Phrase, phrase.
A set phrase.
Hence, hence.
6 years hence.
Otherwise, otherwise.
I couldn't do it otherwise.
Reputation, reputation.
He lives up to his reputation.
Name, name.
They called him names. A bad name. Nameplate.
Indeed, indeed.
Thank you very much indeed.
Scarce, scarce.
Fruit is scarce in winter and costs a lot. Rare, rare.
It's very rare for him to be late.
Ready, ready.
He readily promised to help.
Clay, clay.
Die and turn to clay.
Grain, grain.
Without a grain of love.
Hay, hay.
Make hay while the sun shines.
Plow, plow.
Plow a field.
Sow, sow.
As a man sows, so he shall reap.
Reap, reap.
Now is the time to reap. Mow, mow.
We shall mow down the long grass in the field.
Irrigate, irrigate.
Irrigation.
Dairy, dairy.
Dairymaid.
Introduce, introduce.
Let me introduce Mr. Han to you.
Usher, usher.
She ushered him into room.
Shepherd, shepherd.
Shepherdess.
Tend, tend.
She tended on the patient.
Graze, graze.
The cattle are grazing in the pasture. Pasture, pasture.
Pasturer.
Asset, asset.
His sense of humor is a great asset to him.
Budget, budget.
A family budget, a budget committee.
Surplus, surplus.
A surplus population.
Thrive, thrive.
A thriving business.
Invest, invest.
I have invested heavily in another business enterprise.
Investment, investment.
Real estate is a good investment.
Endow, endow.
Mental endowments.
Fund, fund.
A relief fund. Finance, finance.
An expert in finance. Financial difficulties.
Engage, engage.
I have engaged myself to her daughter.
Wage, wage.
The wages of sin is death. Wage freeze.
Fee, fee.
A patent fee. An admission fee.
Operate, operate.
Operate changes.
Function, function.
The main function of language. Staff, staff.
The college's teaching staff is excellent. The staff of life.
Organize, organize.
Organize an entertainment.
Classify, classify.
I spent lots of time classifying books. Sort, sort.
He is a bad sort.
Species, species.
The origin of species.
Improve, improve.
This is not good enough. I want to improve it.
Fulfill, fulfill.
If you make a promise, you should fulfill it.
Cope, cope.
Cope with a difficulty.
Vehicle, vehicle.
Public vehicles.
Shuttle, shuttle.
Shuttlecock.
Cart, cart.
Put the cart before the horse. Parachute, parachute.
A parachute jump.
Parcel, parcel.
Parcel post.
Baggage, baggage.
Baggage check.
Atmosphere, atmosphere.
A religious atmosphere.
Environment, environment.
One's home environment.
Circumstance, circumstance.
It depends on circumstances.
Condition, condition.
In favorable conditions.
Peak, peak.
The highest peak is covered with snow all the year round.
Path, path.
A path through the woods. Sidewalk, sidewalk.
Sidewalk artist.
Avenue, avenue.
Fifth Avenue, an avenue to harmony.
Halfway, halfway.
The halfway point between Seoul and Busan.
Pave, pave.
Pavement.
Luxury, luxury.
It's a luxury to me.
Miser, miser.
Miserly.
Poverty, poverty.
Poverty of blood. Poverty of thought.
Needy, needy.
A needy family. The needy.
Impoverish, impoverish.
He was impoverished by university fees. Destitute, destitute.
I was born of the destitute family.
Shortage, shortage.
Food shortages during the war.
Beggar, beggar.
Beggars can't be choosers.
Spare, spare.
Spare the rod and spoil the child.
Behalf, behalf.
Will you do it on my behalf?
Explode, explode.
Explode a bomb.
erupt, erupt.
He erupted angry words. Jet, jet.
A jet flyer.
Outbreak, outbreak.
There was an outbreak of fighting in the Middle East.
Burst, burst.
A tempest burst forth.
Squeeze, squeeze.
We squeezed people into the car.
Grind, grind.
Grind up the wheat to make flour.
Split, split.
We split into two groups and searched the forest.
Chop, chop.
She chopped wood with an axe.
Crack, crack.
A crack in one's mind. Gap, gap.
The generation gap.
Grab, grab.
He grabbed the money and ran off.
Drag, drag.
The day dragged by.
Tug, tug. Gravitate, gravitate.
Universal gravitation. A question of gravity.
Strain, strain.
Strain a rope.
Swing, swing.
The sign was swinging in the wind.
Pinch, pinch.
She pinched his arm. Scatter, scatter.
The police scattered the crowd.
Spread, spread.
The news soon spread through the whole of the village.
Sprinkle, sprinkle.
Sprinkle flowers with water.
Spray, spray.
Spray a mob with tear gas.
Splash, splash.
The water splashed my dress.
Pour, pour.
A pouring rain. It never rains, but it pours.
Shed, shed.
Cattle shed. She shed tears. Drip, drip.
The rain was dripping from the roof.
Leak, leak.
The bottle leaks.
Combine, combine.
Combined efforts.
Compound, compound.
Compound word.
Link, link.
Is there a link between smoking and lung diseases?
Bid, bid.
Do as he bid you.
Prompt, prompt.
What prompted the thought? A prompt acceptance. Leap, leap.
Look before you leap.
Skip, skip.
The little boy skipped along at his mother's side.
Hesitate, hesitate.
These is no room for hesitation.
Stroll, stroll.
She was enjoying a leisurely stroll in the sunshine.
Stride, stride.
Make great strides.
Tread, tread.
Don't tread on the flowers.
Roam, roam.
He roamed from place to place. Vagabond, vagabond. Linger, linger.
A doubt still lingers in my mind.
Wander, wander.
Wanderer.
Stray, stray.
Stray from what is right.
Tumble, tumble.
Tumble about on the glass.
Slip, slip.
There's many a slip between the cup and the lip.
Stagger, stagger.
Stagger under a heavy load.
Crawl, crawl.
The hours crawled by.
Whirl, whirl.
Whirlpool. Toss, toss.
Toss up.
Pat, pat.
She patted me on the back.
Hug, hug.
Don't hug a prejudice.
Lean, lean.
Don't try to lean on others.
Recline, recline.
Recline on the bed.
Depend, depend.
Dependence, dependent.
Meager, meager.
A meager income.
Cling, cling.
The wet shirt clung to my body. Bustle, bustle.
They bustled around the house.
Fuss, fuss.
Don't fuss about nothing.
Shift, shift.
They shifted with little money.
Fetch, fetch.
Fetch a sigh. Run and fetch the doctor.
Interval, interval.
In the intervals of work.
Sunset, sunset.
The sunset of life.
Pause, pause.
Effort without pause.
Repose, repose.
They repose at the Mangwaldong Cemetery. Relax, relax.
Relax and enjoy yourself.
Loosen, loosen.
The runners are just loosening up before the race.
Nowadays, nowadays.
The prices are skyrocketing nowadays.
Overnight, overnight.
An overnight guest.
Latter, latter.
The latter years of one's life.
Secondary, secondary.
A matter of secondary importance.
Frequency, frequency.
Accidents are happening there with increasing frequency.
Stage, stage.
He went on the stage. Era, era.
The Christian era, a new era.
Historic, historic.
He gave all his historical papers to me.
Relic, relic.
This stone axe is a relic of ancient times.
Span, span.
A person's lifespan.
Term, term.
During the term, we have examinations.
Session, session.
The summer session.
Decade, decade.
Prices have risen steadily during the past decade, for several decades.
Date, date.
Out of date, up to date. Lifelong, lifelong.
Lifetime.
Meantime, meantime.
In the meantime.
Rear, rear.
I have reared horses.
Interior, interior.
An interior decorator.
Extreme, extreme.
Your political ideas are very extreme. Parallel, parallel.
There is no parallel to him.
Space, space.
Spacious, spacecraft, space station.
Galaxy, galaxy.
A galaxy of film stars.
Planet, planet.
Major planets.
Solar, solar.
A solar eclipse, a lunar eclipse.
Pole, pole.
The polar seas.
Arctic, Arctic.
The Arctic regions, the Arctic Ocean.
Hemisphere, hemisphere.
The northern hemisphere. North, north.
The room faces north, so it's always cold.
East, east.
The eastern.
Tropic, tropic.
The Tropic of Cancer. Tropical fish.
Coast, coast.
A trip to the coast.
Bay, bay.
The Bay of Bengal.
Cape, cape.
The Cape of Good Hope.
Port, port.
Enter port. Leave port.
Tide, tide.
Time and tide waits for no man.
Flood, flood.
A flood of tears. Overflow, overflow.
The beer is overflowing the glass.
Ripple, ripple.
The wind rippled the lake.
Foam, foam.
The foaming waves.
Vessel, vessel.
A steam vessel, a vessel of war, a drinking vessel.
Barrel, barrel.
A beer barrel.
Fleet, fleet.
Time is fleeter than an arrow.
Steer, steer.
Steering committee.
Float, float.
An idle rumor is floating about.
Drift, drift.
He drifted aimlessly through life. Trend, trend.
The trend of public opinion.
Current, current.
The current price. Current English.
Tendency, tendency.
The tendency of events.
Cliff, cliff.
Cliff hanging.
Earthquake, earthquake.
The city was destroyed by the earthquake.
Canal, canal.
The Panama Canal joins two oceans.
Level, level.
the level of one's eyes.
Flat, flat.
Life seemed flat to him.
Average, average.
The average life. Norm, norm.
The norm in this examination is 70 out of 100.
Straight, straight.
A straight line.
Perpendicular, perpendicular.
A perpendicular line. A perpendicular cliff.
Erect, erect.
With hair erect.
Vertical, vertical.
A vertical movement.
Broaden, broaden.
Travel broadens the mind. Broad shoulders.
Widen, widen.
To widen a road. Depth, depth.
Depth of knowledge.
Slant, slant. Slope, slope.
A gentle slope.
Shallow, shallow.
A shallow thinker.
Breeze, breeze.
We were shooting the breeze.
Gale, gale.
The gale blew down an old tree.
Blow, blow.
At a blow.
Storm, storm.
After a storm comes a calm. Blast, blast.
The road is closed because of blasting. At a blast.
Thunder, thunder.
After the lightning came the thunder.
Hail, hail.
A hail of bullets. It's hailing.
Foggy, foggy.
A foggy morning.
Mist, mist.
She smiled in a mist of tears.
Haze, haze.
Evening haze.
Smoke, smoke.
Smoky. Smokescreen.
Vapor, vapor.
A cloud is a mass of vapor in the sky. Freeze. Freeze.
The pond has frozen over.
Melt. Melt.
The sun melted the snow.
Dissolve. Dissolve.
The military dissolved Parliament.
Mold. Mold.
A figure of a man molded out of clay.
Thaw. Thaw.
The snow is thawing.
Fuse. Fuse.
Put a new fuse in.
Skin. Skin.
Beauty is but skin deep.
Fabric. Fabric.
Silk fabrics. Fiber, fiber.
Artificial fibers.
Mine, mine.
A mine of information.
Bronze, bronze.
A bronze medal. The Bronze Age.
Steel, steel.
I steeled myself to go in and say I was sorry.
Magnet, magnet.
A bar magnet.
Rust, rust.
Your skill has rusted.
Poison, poison.
One man's meat is another man's poison. Fume. Fume.
In a fume. Exhaust fumes.
Grease. Grease.
He put grease on his hair.
Pile. Pile.
A pile of newspapers.
Heap. Heap.
A heap of sand. Heaps of times.
Stack. Stack.
A stack of wood.
Bunch. Bunch.
A bunch of girls enjoys swimming.
Bundle. Bundle.
A bundle of letters.
Cluster. Cluster.
A cluster of stars.
Fluid. Fluid.
Fluid plans. Liquid. Liquid.
Water is a liquid.
Solid. Solid.
Solid information. A solid building.
Concrete. Concrete.
In the concrete.
Embody. Embody.
The letter embodied all his ideas.
Stiff. Stiff.
New shoes are stiff.
Detail. Detail.
In detail.
Specimen. Specimen.
The doctor will need a specimen of your blood.
Pattern. Pattern.
A pattern husband. Instance. Instance.
An instance of bad behavior.
Glass, glass.
A friendly glass.
Gravel, gravel.
A gravel walk.
Marble, marble.
A game of marbles.
Tray, tray.
An ashtray.
Blanket, blanket.
The valley was covered with a blanket of snow.
Pillow, pillow.
He slept his head pillowed on a book.
Mirror, mirror.
Language is the mirror of society.
Thread, thread.
A thread of light. Tag, tag.
Price tag, tag question.
Hook, hook.
Fish hook, a hat hook.
Frame, frame.
I haven't selected frames for my glasses yet.
Framework, framework.
The framework of government.
Timber, timber.
Standing timber.
Excursion, excursion.
Go on a day excursion.
Journey, journey.
One's journey's end.
Tour, tour.
Tourist, tourism.
Travel, travel.
Ill news travels apace.
Obstacle, obstacle.
Obstacle race. Barrier, barrier.
A language barrier. Tariff barrier.
Brick, brick.
A house built of brick.
Fence, fence.
A backyard fence.
Layer, layer.
A bricklayer.
Laborer, laborer.
Labor Day.
Toil, toil.
Fortune waits on honest toil and earnest endeavor.
Trade, trade.
Two of a trade seldom agree.
Career, career.
Make a career, in full career. Occupy, occupy.
Many worries occupy his mind.
Commerce, commerce.
Commercial bank, commercial art.
Commodity, commodity.
Household commodities, prices of commodities.
Merchant, merchant.
A jewelry merchant. Laboratory, laboratory.
The university has a well-equipped laboratory.
Ray, ray.
A ray of hope.
Dazzle, dazzle.
The lights of the car dazzled me.
Radiate, radiate.
Radiator.
Emit, emit.
The chimney emitted smoke.
Illuminate, illuminate.
The room was illuminated by candles.
Enlighten, enlighten.
Enlighten the ignorant.
Dim, dim.
A dim view. Blur, blur.
Tears blurred my eyes.
Gloom, gloom.
Gloomy news.
Blush, blush.
He blushed for shame.
Pale, pale.
A pale light.
Fade, fade.
She was fading away.
Vast, vast.
A vast crowd of people.
Massive, massive.
A massive increase in the cost of living.
Growth, growth.
The growth of population.
Supreme, supreme.
The Supreme Court. Superb, superb.
The food was superb.
Summit, summit.
Summit conference.
Worthwhile, worthwhile.
A poet worthy of the name.
Deserve, deserve.
Good work deserves good pay.
Slight, slight.
I have not the slightest doubt.
Trifle, trifle.
A trifling error.
Frivolous, frivolous.
Don't waste your time on frivolous matters.
Petty, petty.
Petty expenses. Trivial, trivial.
Why do you get angry over such trivial matters?
Subtle, subtle.
A subtle charm.
Tough, tough.
A tough will. A tough job.
Firm, firm.
A firm belief.
Tight, tight.
A tight schedule.
Dense, dense.
A dense crowd.
Thick, thick.
The fog is thick.
Swift, swift.
He is swift of foot.
Rapid, rapid.
A rapid descent. A rapid stream. Odd, odd.
At odd times.
Peculiar, peculiar.
This style is peculiar to him.
Queer, queer.
A queer sort of fellow.
Fortune, fortune.
Fortune's wheel.
Imperative, imperative.
In an imperative tone.
Urgent, urgent.
It's not urgent. It can wait until tomorrow.
Prey, prey.
What does the kite prey upon?
Victim, victim.
The victims of war. Shelter, shelter.
In the storm I took shelter under a tree.
Haven, haven.
The book is his haven.
Safety, safety.
A safety zone.
Deliver, deliver.
Delivery, deliverance.
Rescue, rescue.
He rescued the man from drowning.
Flee, flee.
Night fled and the day broke.
Chase, chase.
The police chased after the murderer.
Pursue, pursue.
He pursued his studies from birth to death. Heel, heel.
On the heels of.
Trail, trail.
Her long skirt was trailing behind her.
Overtake, overtake.
Disaster overtook us.
Arrange, arrange.
Arrange flowers.
Prepare, prepare.
A preparatory course.
Array, array.
The soldiers were arrayed on the opposite hill.
Rank, rank.
He has rank and wealth.
Depot, depot.
Food depot. Destination, destination.
What's the destination of the train?
Suppress, suppress.
The rebels were suppressed by the army.
Gulp, gulp.
He gulped a glass of whiskey.
Conquest, conquest.
The Norman conquest.
Control, control.
He lost control of his temper.
Boss, boss.
Who's boss?
Head, head.
The head of a household.
Leader, leader.
Leadership, leading. Arrive, arrive.
A new arrival, safe arrival.
Reach, reach.
The bottle was within my reach.
Attain, attain.
A man of great attainments.
Stretch, stretch.
Stretch the wings.
Ebb, ebb.
The ebb and flow of life.
Minimize, minimize.
Minimize demands.
Decrease, decrease.
Our sales are decreasing.
Reduce, reduce.
A map on a reduced scale. Stoop, stoop.
Stoop from age.
Submit, submit.
Submit to God's will.
Obedient, obedient.
An obedient child.
Art, art.
Art is long, life is short. The fine arts.
Eloquent, eloquent.
I'm not eloquent, but I don't tell a lie.
Fluent, fluent.
A fluent speaker.
Ascertain, ascertain.
I ascertained that he was dead. Discover, discover.
Columbus discovered America in 1492.
Grope, grope.
He groped in his pocket for his money.
Detect, detect.
Detective, detection.
Solution, solution.
It's difficult to find a solution to this question.
Seek, seek.
He seeks after fame.
assimilate, assimilate.
They were assimilated easily with the natives.
Naturalize, naturalize.
A naturalized word. Merge, merge.
The two small banks merged with a larger one.
Engross, engross.
He is engrossed in reading.
Endanger, endanger.
Smoking endangers your health.
Imperil, imperil.
He imperiled his life to save a child.
Adventure, adventure.
I told them of my adventures in the mountains.
Crisis, crisis.
A cabinet crisis.
Venture, venture.
Nothing venture, nothing have. Establish, establish.
Establishment.
Constitute, constitute.
Constitutional reform.
Institute, institute.
This law was instituted in the time of Napoleon.
Build, build.
Hard work builds character.
Capricious, capricious.
The weather is so capricious.
Mobile, mobile.
Mobile troops.
Opportunity, opportunity.
Equality of opportunity. Infancy, infancy.
A happy infancy.
Cradle, cradle.
What is learned in the cradle is carried to the tomb.
Childhood, childhood.
In one's second childhood.
Excerpt, excerpt. Cite, cite.
Cite Shakespeare.
Comprehend, comprehend.
The United States comprehends 50 states.
Include, include.
The price includes the packing charge. Comprise, comprise.
The committee comprises 6 members.
Contain, contain.
Try to contain yourself.
Company, company.
2 is company, 3 is none.
Colleague, colleague.
He was respected by all his colleagues.
Core, core.
The core of the matter. Concentrate, concentrate.
You should concentrate more on your work.
Focus, focus.
In focus, out of focus.
Main, main.
With might and main.
Crucial, crucial.
Speed is crucial to our success.
Foremost, foremost.
Shakespeare is said to be the foremost writer in the English language.
Momentous, momentous.
A momentous decision.
Toll, toll.
Tollgate.
Passage, passage.
He forced a passage through the thick forest. Insert, insert.
Insert a key in a lock.
Cram, cram.
He crammed the books into a bag.
Stick, stick.
He uses a walking stick to support him when he goes out.
Penetrate, penetrate.
This tunnel penetrates the bottom of the sea.
Pierce, pierce.
The spear pierced his heart.
Unanimity, unanimity.
The vote was unanimous.
Consensus, consensus.
Consensus of testimony. Correspond, correspond.
Correspondence, correspondent.
Doze, doze.
Doze away one's time.
Slumber, slumber.
He slumbered his life away.
Mechanical, mechanical.
A mechanical heart. A mechanical smile.
Conscious, conscious.
Man is a conscious being.
Automatic, automatic.
An automatic vendor.
Consonant, consonant. Vocal, vocal.
The vocal cords. Tongue, tongue.
One's mother tongue. Tongues of flames.
Monument, monument.
A natural monument.
Souvenir, Souvenir.
I bought this bag as a souvenir of my visit to Seoul.
Anniversary. Anniversary.
A wedding anniversary.
Memorial. Memorial.
A war memorial.
Manufacture. Manufacture.
A manufacturing industry.
Technology. Technology.
The development of the steam engine was a great technological advantage. Man-made. Man-made.
A man-made lake.
Outlive. Outlive.
He outlived his contemporaries.
Subsist. Subsist.
Subsist on bread and water.
Survive. Survive.
She survived her husband.
Prelude. Prelude.
The prelude to war.
Preface. Preface. Prologue. Prologue. Legislate. Legislate.
In the United States, the Congress has the power to legislate. Legitimate. Legitimate.
Legitimate proceedings. Legitimate claims.
Legal. Legal.
A legal act.
Lawful. Lawful.
Lawful citizens.
Illegal. Illegal.
Illegal entry into a country.
Junior. Junior.
She is junior to me.
Inferior. Inferior.
He's so clever he makes me feel inferior.
Subordinate. Subordinate.
Subordination.
Recollect. Recollect.
I couldn't recollect what he said. Recall. Recall.
Can you recall the date of your birth?
Dual. Dual.
A dual personality. Dual ownership.
Twice. Twice.
Once or twice.
Annual. Annual.
An annual event. Annual rings.
Philosophy. Philosophy.
Practical philosophy. Natural philosophy.
Psychology. Psychology.
The psychology of the adolescent. Criminal psychology.
Ethics. Ethics.
Professional ethics. Practical ethics.